Morning, all. Just a quick sound check and screen sharing a check. Make sure you guys can hear me. I'm probably going to be a little late again getting on the mic live. So just a quick pre-market check. Okay, thank you, William. Okay, guys, yeah, I'll probably be about 6:10. Thanks. All right, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Wednesday, May the 8th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Yes, I know, guys, I was a little late. I keep saying I'm going to be a little bit late. I thought I was made that clear, but I guess not. Okay, what's happening today? First of all, I guess Shopify could be one to keep watching. Shopify, SHOP. This is an earnings play, big gap down, like a huge gap down on earnings, massive gap down on earnings, 18% down. Still kind of maintaining that gap down. A little bit like Disney yesterday when I'm looking at the chart. Disney $60 could be a support area, okay? Could be a support area. And I know I'm late, so I'm not going to be able to get to all the ones that I've wrote down earlier. SLNH, I think it's probably given most of it up. Maybe not. It's an AI play, 389 back down to 3. Which other one did I see? Reddit, guys. Reddit, RDDT. Reddit, first time of earnings for it. Of course, an IPO, fairly recent IPO. So Reddit. And big gap up, 13%. That's a low float, 27 million in the float. So Reddit, RDDT, is an earnings play today. INOD, INOD. There's a lot of earnings plays, guys. I just won't be able to get to them all. I'll try to cover some of the TRIP, for instance, TRIP. But let me take a look at INOD first. INOD is an earnings play. It is an earnings play. And the next high on the weekly chart is around 948. So a little bit of room on the weekly chart. Pretty low float, 28 million in the float. TMCI, disaster, 57% down. This is an earnings play. Wow, what a disaster. This one is TMCI. I wonder if it's just because of earnings. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I don't see if there's any other news on this one. JP Morgan cutting it down to $8 from 15. Well, it's already there. TRIP, TRIP, TRIP. This is an earnings play. Another one that's gapped down in a big way. Wow, 31%. Wow, 32% for TRIP. Whew. But also, I have a feeling, as the special committee says, a merger and acquisition is not the best for shareholders. Okay, so I think that's compounding their bad earnings. Uber's an earnings play. Where are you, Uber? You've got to be down here somewhere. There you are, 8%, down 8%. So Uber is an earnings play. Yeah, so boy, well, you know, when Uber was up here, that was an all-time high when it was up to $82. And so it has been sinking ever since then. Speaking of sinking, SPY is going to be weak this morning. All right, let's take a look at the sectors, guys. Again, I can't get to all the ones that are on the list that I put in the pre-markets. Let's take a look at the sectors, load from cloud and sector status. All right, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. XLE, the major ETF for energy. 90% in red. That means that 90% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. The only little one that's up right now, it looks like CTRA, but it's only up 0.11%. So that's what I'm really trying to focus on. I'm trying to see, most of the sectors are down right now, but well, for instance, here, look at this one. In technology, XLK, 85% are down. ANET must be an earnings play, has had a nice pop on earnings. So this is counter to the sector. Expensive stock, but nonetheless. So that's what I'm kind of looking at to see if there's any outlier, something that is going counter to the sector. That really is standing out. ANET is really standing out. But it is an expensive one. I think UPST, guys, this is also an earnings play. UPST is an earnings play, down 15%. Boy, a lot of big gap downs this morning. I saw that China was down. China's had two, after a great run in the China stocks, but let's take a look at KWEB, KWEB. Take a look at KWEB, and you'll see that we've now a couple of down days. Not really a big down day yesterday. It was just sort of holding, but this is sort of a down day. Not sort of, it is. Yeah, REBN. Somebody in our YouTube room, Ambient Art, said it traded REBN this morning. Company announced, coffee shares are announced a significant expansion into the China market. Okay. And low float, 1.3 million in the float. So that is our EBN. Hey guys, I'm going to get rid of this layout and I'm going to bring out my layout that I use once this market opens. All right, so this is the layout that I use once this market opens. Opening meaning 9:30, typical market hours, 9:30 to 4 o'clock. I mean, the market's open, but I think you know what I mean. So this window you see here, the relative strength leaders from the close percent, in essence, it's the same as the pre-market actives up. The difference is my pre-market actives up. I only have a 20,000 share minimum. This one is 200,000 shares, but most of the ones, of course, we see, even in the pre-market actives up, if they're up a significant percent, usually that means they're trading at least over 200,000 shares. So that's why these are it's very almost the same. Now, Lyft, interesting. I was wondering about what was happening with Lyft. Lyft has, so Lyft had earnings also. Uber, actually, I thought they staggered them by a day, but I guess not. They released the same time now. So Lyft had earnings, obviously not as bad as Uber in terms of the market reaction. Look at this market now, guys. So yeah, since 6:30 Eastern time, other than a brief momentary pause, this market has been moving down steadily. All right, guys. Just looking at some of my thumbnail charts to see if there's anything kind of interesting happening. The shop is the one probably to really pay attention to. Been just hammered down on earnings. Hammered down on earnings. Canadian company that did so well during the pandemic. But look at this. That is a massive, massive drop. Almost 19%. And it's, for me, the drop is so startling because of the float, 1.2 billion in the float. So revenue surges, but loss on a surprise loss. So revenue up, but they lost money. Haven't even looked at Bitcoin. Yeah, Bitcoin. Yeah, it's down about 1,000, right? Haven't you really looked at Bitcoin? In the last little while, it's just been kind of stagnant to a certain extent. We're around that 60,000 mark. There was IBIT. Yeah, I mean, the last couple of days anyway, did really nothing. And today it's dropping a little bit. All right, now I have a little more time. Let's take a look at some of the other earnings plays. I know that ZI was down. ZI was down on earnings. Zoom Info. Not to be, it's not Zoom, guys. It is Zoom Info, not the same as ZM. How is ZM doing? Reddit, boy, Reddit. As William said earlier, with the day, if the day continues like this, okay, then there's no big recovery, it's just sort of drifting down. I'd be fading these pops, fading these sort of moves, or taking to look to fade these sort of moves. Fade as in shorting. And let's see another one that was down, I think. I did not mention Teva. Is Teva still here? Teva, it's not down. I think it's up on earnings. Teva, TEVA. I think it's up on earnings. Yes. Okay, William. That's okay. Thanks. Okay, guys, less than a minute to the open. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. And I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I do try to let things settle down a little bit. Also, if you have our AI, this is all I would do. I would just take a look at this screen, this window, just click on new, and then the middle one, premium AI strategy trades window. Okay, premium AI strategy trades window. This is what you're going to see. No alerts until at least 9:40. Okay, not saying we'll get one at 9:40. When the alerts happen, how you trade them, if you trade them, of course, is completely up to you. I use it like a watch list, but this is all I would do. I wouldn't go to our channel. I think it's too much information, too much clutter. Keep it simple. All right, guys, we're now open. And there's the REBN. So REBN has some room to 451 or so. That's on the weekly chart. And this is all to do with expanding into the China market. Okay, guys, Affirm, is this an earnings play? Yes, Affirm is an earnings play, AFRM. No. Rebin continues, guys, REBN. Now, there's the 200-day moving average. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, okay? So I'll be looking at that 200-day moving average, that blue line in my daily chart. That could be that could be it for it. I know it popped a little bit above it, but not much. All right, guys, there's Shopify. Shopify making a market low, okay? But FSM, I think. All right, here's our first halt of the day, guys. IVP just halted. Inspire Veterinary Partners, IVP. I don't think I've seen this one before. IVP, it just got halted on the way up. Volume, oh, great volume, 655,000 already. Shopify, guys, making it into the combo scan. It is it's early though. It is early. Into the combo scan. This is what I'm talking about right there. And it's as a potential short, but it is early. Trip is also making it into the, now the next low looking left is around 1554. So that is, yeah, so that has got some room, guys. Trip has got some room underneath. The next low looking left is 1561. Yeah, JJ, just go to my homepage. I'll give you my homepage link. Go to the scan section and you'll see it right at the very bottom. Just give me a moment here. Okay, so click on my homepage link, JJ. Scroll down until you see the scan section. And then when you see my scans, you'll see two columns. It's the bottom right. Wow, is this still alive? iRobot? Remember iRobot and Amazon and the UK and all? This is an earnings play for iRobot. Wow, look at Trip, guys. I did not take it, but this is an early shellacking. Wow, look at REBN. Now, REBN has just broken through the 200-day moving average, I believe. Yeah, look at that. So it got up to it, pulled back, and now it's through it again. I may have to do a reboot, guys. Sorry. I nod, guys. I nod. INOD is on the move also through the 200-day moving average. This, of course, we talked about this in the pre-market. This has got some room on the weekly chart anyway. 1250 is the next, the next high in the weekly chart is 940. And it's through the 200-day moving average. INOD, INOD, pretty low float, 28 million in the float. DV is an earnings play. Boy, Trip got halted on the way down. Wow. Okay, I have to watch this IVP, see how it opens. Now, if you're unfamiliar with halts, typically they're 5-minute halts. So if this is a 5-minute halt, this will open at 9:36 plus 42 seconds. So a little over a minute from now. Now, interestingly, well, there's Shopify, guys. Shop, shop, shop. This is on the way down. Holy smokes. Look at this. Alert at 63.26, 60.64 now. All right, then. You know what I'm going to do? I have to watch DV. DV is also an earnings play, and getting the alert at 18:04. Now it's popped up a little bit here, but what I'm gonna do is stick a price alert just under 18, say around 17.91, and see if that turns into a great short. So IVP, this is not giving us interesting. I don't have a big column of where it could open. No data beyond. So is this just trading as IVP for the first time? Can't be. Okay, well, the halt was at 466. And sometimes I'll take this trade if it gets back over 466, but that's a pretty big pullback. So probably going to forget about it. All right. SPY is putting in a move now, guys. Opening 15-minute candle is starting to be green. So that's the reason. Okay. So IVP is trade. Drives me crazy. Why don't I see it right there? The 1 for 100. So this is effective today, I guess. Thank you, JT. I don't know why my IB doesn't have that as a headline, but we do. From yesterday, guys, is Byon, BYON. This is also gapping down, still gapping down, had earnings yesterday. Oh man, there's some awesome guys that I'm missing. Look at this one. Mitch, 28.33, and now got down to 27.66. Give me a moment. Okay, DV has got my interest now. Okay, DV has got my interest. I'm watching it underneath 18. All right, I'm going to stick an alert underneath 18 and see if it takes it out again. This is from that the 10-day daily breakdown. Trip is still halted. Okay, guys, DV looking. Okay, on the monthly chart, let's take a look at the monthly chart and see where DV could go. There we go. Okay. The next low looking left is 1714. So there's lots of room under, well, there's room underneath. Okay. There's the monthly low for DV. All right. Well, actually, Trip popped when it came out of its halt. Popped a bit anyway. All right. Well, IVP, guys, be awfully careful. It's a 1 for 100 reverse split today, effective today. So this is like a 4-cent stock, really. Well, Trip right back down, right back down. Boy, look at Trip. My goodness. I mean, Trip up, then right back down. INOD, guys, INOD is still pretty strong. It's early, still above the 200-day moving average. Come on. Come on, DV. Wow, Trip just hit the combo scanner right now. Now, where could it go? There's a monthly chart. Better bring up a weekly chart and just see where it could go before it hits that next low. Next low looking left is around 1558 for Trip. This is on our weekly chart. Mm-hmm. Okay, guys, Reddit. I mentioned Reddit might be right for a fade. Okay, Reddit, RDDT. A lot of shares available for me anyway at Interactive Brokers. Got knocked out of my DV short, guys. Back up to 18. I got a loss on that one. I am was in at 1785, so I want to see if it gets back down there again. Yeah, wow. That's actually a big. That's a big. That's why I have a stop, guys. Well, I'll keep an eye on DV for later. See if it takes out 18 again. I would pick the only one that really didn't move down. Oh man, here's another one. Look at this. A lab here. ALAB. 67.28 on the alert. 66.10. There's over $1 move. Seems like the slightly more expensive ones are the way to go. So a lab, I'm sure, must be an earnings play. ALAB is an earnings play. So now INOD has room on the weekly chart. INOD has room around 1254 on the weekly chart anyway. SIGA, is this an earnings play? Yeah, SIGA is an earnings play, SIGA. That's showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown. However, I look at the weekly chart. Looks like there could be some support around 8. Could be some support around 8. So I won't be interested in that one. Yeah, I mean, Trip has been all over the place. I mean, it had the big drop. It got halted. On the halt, after the halt, it popped up and then came right back down. All right, CRCT, guys. CRCT, this is also an earnings play through the 200-day moving average. Oh, gosh. I'm going to have to do a reboot, guys. Sorry. Shop. Okay, you now. You. 1623 is the next low looking left. Yeah, something. All right, guys. You. On the way down also. This must be an earnings play. A lot of action already, guys. All these earnings plays. Come on, you. There's the next low looking left is 1623. Muted. Yep. Thanks, Pepe. Oh, God. Okay. You guys, as I say, much making up for the early loss in the DV in a big way. Boy, there's so many. I mean, there's the only one, I can't believe the one I took early, the DV, actually bounced. I mean, there could have been other bounces in here too, but I really liked the DV, had a lot of room, but didn't work. You. Well, the next low, I mean, it's right there. I mean, the next low looking left is 1628. I mean, it's below that right now. I am covering some right now, okay, in case it can't get through 16. There's another low right there, 16, 17. So I'm covering some right now. And this is what I love about earnings plays, okay? I mean, was anybody yesterday thinking about you? Seriously, you know what I mean? I mean, nobody's thinking about you. They have earnings. It's one of these more obscure stocks. They have earnings, and look what can happen. And now we won't hear about you for another 3 months. What a bounce for Trip. Well, you know what? Bounce plays will start to work if the market continues to do this. All right. I just showed up in the 10-day daily breakdown also, but it's close to 15. See what the huge, for me anyway, the huge difference was look at you. It had broken down through that whole number, the 17 mark. This is the pre-market action. Actually, it's not. That's a 930 candle. All right. Wow. QTRX. I didn't even see this one. So much happening with all these earnings plays. QTRX. It halted, opened a little bit above. Well, not a little bit. Wow. Way above the halt price of 628. It is now, I should say. Looks like this might have got halted on no, it got halted on the way up. All right. Well, I better take a look at you just in case if it does take out 16, where could it keep going? Have to bring up a monthly chart. And on the monthly chart, the next low is actually way down here at 15.17. So it's $1 away. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there. Still have my doubts it's going to get through 16. All right, here's a cheap one. I don't think this is yes, actually it is an earnings play. Look at MXCT. Didn't see this in the pre-market at all. Why? Because it wasn't trading in the pre-market. MXCT, look at this. What a move. However, to me, it's coming into a pretty psychological number of 5. And all this over here on the weekly chart. So not that interested in it. All right, guys, out of view now. Okay. As I was saying, I thought maybe 16 might hold it, and it has held it so far. Aha, guys, SGBX. Now this, I was waiting on this one yesterday. Okay, SGBX. No, I had an alert set for this one. Oh, that's right. For this was for yesterday. Yeah. So what's the volume like? I can't believe it. It's actually an earnings play for it. ATEC underneath 11. Let's take a look. I know I've seen ATEC, ATEC. Yeah, so on the weekly chart, yeah, well, the only issue I've got with it though, underneath 11, the low is 1097. Okay, so that if it takes that out, then the next low is 989. So yeah, maybe takes out around that 1097. I'll stick an alert around 1090 and see if it, first of all, see if it gets there. And then if it does, there is room on the weekly chart anyway, down to about 987, about $1. Thank you, Oliver. Or not Oliver, Ovi. INSP must be over $100. That's all I know. It's got to be over $100. Wow. Yeah, pretty spready. 171, 173. Of course, if it moves down about $3, it won't matter. But we don't know that. Okay, so you see what happened. Okay, I'm going to go over this one from the AI. We had an AI alert for INOD, okay, right here at 950. It got up to almost 996, 10. I would have been taking some off, okay, just because of that 10 number. I find it's a psychological number. Some may disagree, but it's what I think. And then with the way our algorithm kicked in, you would have taken a loss on this if you had actually waited to let the AI get you out of the trade, which is crazy. Okay, because the algorithm kicked in at 924 to get you out of the trade. But you have a decent profitable position, depending where you got in, 30, 40 cents. At the very, very least, you should have made some money. Wow, MXT mentioned this one probably here. So it's I didn't love it because I thought maybe it was too close to 5 and all these little areas here, but it may not matter. And ATEC is an earnings play. ATEC is an earnings play. See if there's any interesting bounce plays now. Now that the market is put in almost the first 30 minutes, just have another. Okay, there's the ATEC. Okay, let's take a look at it now. Okay, got a little fill, not much though. This is yeah, I don't know if because it was down now over 10%, but a little fill on the ATEC. No, Lenmore, there isn't. There's a question in the YouTube room. Is there a way to know about these with the software before they take off? In other words, can you, and are we going to be able to alert you before they take off? No, unfortunately, no. I wish the crystal ball worked like that, but no. I mean, but you know, the fact that they take off doesn't mean they stop taking off. Okay. Sometimes they'll rest for a while and then they continue. But there's no way to predict that something, you know, ahead of time. Okay, this is the one that's just going to start moving. I mean, in the pre-market, we look at the ones that are moving, and maybe, you know, once the market opens, maybe they will continue. But no. All right, guys. Elan. This is an earnings play. Now that's coming right into the next high, looking left on the daily chart around 1735. So that could stop it. Another way to look at it, also lend you more, is to play pullbacks though on some of these. Okay. Okay, because when you look at something like an Elan, of course you don't want to chase it now. So maybe you take a look at the VWAP 1629. Now that'd be a very big pullback, but maybe you've got a moving average you like. You know that maybe if it pulls back to a moving average that you like. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm short. I am short ATEC. Yes. Another earnings play, guys. TIGO, another earnings play. Alit, guys. Now, Alit is through the 200-day moving average. It's also an earnings play. What a, steady drop down. You really can't get, wow. I mean, this one now coming CRCT, this one meaning CRCT coming into could be some resistance right now. 794 is the next high looking left on a daily chart. You can't see it on the daily chart. I'd have to expand it and then you would see that daily. And it's way back here though. Like it's way back here in November of last year. But that could block it. So if you're looking for a potential short, could block it. Another earnings play. Now, this has some room, guys. AMRC actually has some room, I believe. If you look at the weekly chart, the next high is at 29.31. It has got room on the weekly chart anyway. AMRC, if you're looking for more of a bit of a long play, now it's extended, obviously, right now. Not a lot of volume, 271,000 shares. That is 8 times normal, but not a lot of volume, but man, the spread is it's tricky. 26, 26, 28. And it's all because I'm surprised there's not more volume. It's probably, it's a relatively low float too, 31 million in the float. So out of the ATEC, guys, out of the ATEC, I might take a look. ATEC may take a look at it later. So Mitch is coming back. Match Group is coming back, trying to come back here, guys. All right, SATS. SATS is an earnings play also. SATS through the 200-day moving average. Next low looking left. Got a little bit of room. 1445. And I missed it. I'm just trying to get in at 1485. I mean, I may still have an opportunity, but I like the fact that it's through that whole number. Absolutely. You use it as a watch list, JK. I say it all the time, with the AI, you use it like a watch list, may come back. Sometimes you get an early alert in the AI. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't, and then it comes back to the alert price. I use it like a watch list. And you can even flip the script. I mean, it's just showing you stocks that are, they are trading abnormally, and so sometimes you can even just flip the script. That's why I say you're right. Have to leave it up to each individual and their trading style. No, there's no video. People ask, I'm not just talking to you, JK, but people ask all the time, well, is there a video on how to use the AI? The only thing I would say is just do this. Just have this window open. That's it. Okay. Don't go to the channel. Too much information there. And the other thing, JK, okay, I'm really now starting to look at your question. I would never get hung up if you get an alert. Okay, for instance, right now we have an alert. We have an alert for triple V, VVV. Okay, I think people get. I'm not talking to you specifically. People get hung up and think, "Well, I had an alert at 41.92. Now this is just shorted, okay?" And it's at. But what if it went from 41.92? Because I never will take anything. I don't care if it's from our AI, certainly not from any of the scans that I've created. Always going to check. Well, I was going to check the chart, click on the alert, check the chart, see if I still want to take the play. And, I mean, as long as it hasn't moved like a dollar. But again, here's the alert at 41.92 for VVV. I'm just using this as an example. Okay. I check it. Do I like it? If I like it, I say, okay, I'll take it. And what if it's moved to 41.85? It's not a big deal. I mean, it's 7 cents. We're not talking about a $1 stock. Okay. So to me, it's just not a big deal to take a look first and then see if you want to take the trade. These are not designed, to make 2 or 3 cents a trade. So I think people get very hung up on, wow, I couldn't get it right at the penny of the alert. It's not that important. So for instance, just to follow up on your question, I wouldn't wait to see if it came back. If it's a decently moving stock and it's got room, I'd probably take it. If I like what I see on the chart, I wouldn't wait necessarily to see if it comes right back down to the alert price, depending how far it moved, of course. And I'm talking to JK in our main room. AFRM from J Dye in our YouTube room. AFRM. It's an earnings play, I believe. Affirm. Yeah, it's an earnings play. Well, right now it's all over the place. I mean, it's moving down, but I don't know really what else. I mean, the next low looking left, 32.49. It got down to 32.66. So right now, I mean, it's bouncing a bit, but I don't see it. For me, I don't see an edge in doing anything with it right now. For me. Now, if you see something, go for it. But I just don't see an edge right now on Affirm. The Rebin has pulled back. Our EBN has pulled back. So heads up, guys. I'll be taking off at about 10 to 12 Eastern time today, and I hope to be back by 1. Okay, so Jamie is going to come in. He'll be coming into our YouTube room at about 10 to 12. I asked him. He said he could. Wow. So some great alerts, guys. I mean, look at this one. 15.15, 14.69 now. These are all shorts, okay? These are all short opportunities. I really haven't looked at any of the long opportunities. I'm not feeling it for the long opportunities today. I mean, the Dow's flat. The SPY is, down a little. NAS is down a little. It's not like the market is horrible. Yeah, and obviously no problem. William is talking about keeping the room open after 3 o'clock when I do leave. Now, I mean, the AMRC is one that shoot, I've missed it. Just talking about this on a 26 break. The spread is still not great, but at this point, it doesn't matter. This blue screen you see here, this is the time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? Nothing to do with trade ideas. Just a minute, please. Yeah, I just okay. How about this one, KD? This is not a lifetime high. It's close. It's close. It's in the upper. Certainly, if I had a lifetime candle somehow, it's in the upper 82%. Okay, you'd be up here. KD is an earnings play. Kyndryl. Don't think I've ever seen this one before. All right, guys. Now, Reddit. You know, I mentioned this in the pre-market that this my bias was certainly as a fade, and certainly that is the case. I didn't take it, but you know, I'm just pointing out opportunities for. I didn't take it because it was too. You know, I don't like to trade in the first 15, but there are others of you that are less conservative than I am. So Reddit now underneath, now the next low looking left is 47.38. So obviously there is room underneath 50 for Reddit if it can really break down through 50. No screen on Chrome. No screen on Chrome. Change browsers. Do a refresh. A question in our. So when you say no screen, you mean you cannot see my what I'm displaying? That's what you're talking about. I'm talking to Wolfhound. Maybe change browsers. Maybe do a refresh. Come into the room, do a refresh. I'm using Chrome, so yeah, I have no explanation why Chrome is not working for you. It's based on the strategy, David. When the stop price, it's based on the strategy. I think a lot of the stops. Let me just see, for instance, KD. Yeah, I mean, listen. A lot of them are just based on the low of the day. I'm looking at KD. It's based on the low of the day. Uh, yeah, this is based on the high of the day, so or short. A lot of it is just based on either the high of the day if you're going short, or the low of the day if you're going. A lot of them are. You know, I don't know if they're all like that, but yeah. So I mean, this one is not. It depends on the strategy. Yeah, it looks like the ones from Neo are based on the low of the day. Yeah, this is a news halt for Kazoo CZOO. This is actually a news halt. And I wouldn't be holding your breath on this one if you were, you know, looking for positive news. This was sinking ahead. Rebound, guys. Oh man, it just broke through four. There's the next high looking left, 447 REBN, but it is pretty choppy. Be very careful. Look at these topping tails. You know, buyers tried get it up to 440. I mean, they did it, but it came right back down. Trade of the week was I can't remember. It starts with an S. Some nuclear in the nuclear sector. SMR, thank you, dip buyer. So yeah, the trade of the week is SMR, and I know it triggered briefly, and yeah, it triggered so briefly. I think the trigger was 630, and it got up to 635. Boy, here's another great one. I mean, there's so many on the downside. I'll be honest, I haven't really looked at anything on the upside. I mean, there could have been some nice moves, but there's so many on the downside. And, look at all the earnings plays. I mean, anything that says minus 0.25 or 0.25, they are all earnings plays. IAS means that it's having earnings tomorrow after hours, so I don't call that an earnings play, but look at all the earnings plays, on the way up. Again, over 1,000 companies this week releasing earnings. Next week, we had 1,000 last week. We have over 1,000 this week. Next week, we are looking at yeah. So this is the last big week, guys. Okay, we had 2 big weeks in a row. Next week, we've only got about 200. Okay. So this is the last big week of earnings. 200 is still good, don't get me wrong, but it's not like this week or last week. Well, congrats, guys. Anybody who took this ribbon, and now huge level for it. I mean, there's the high right there. It's at 446. If it can take that out, 481. All to do with coffee in China. And look at the market. I mean, this market's a nice recovery. It looked pretty bleak from 6:15 on all the way to 9:15. So 3 hours didn't look very good. Hello, Michael, in our YouTube room. Day's been fine. Now, oh, brother, I mean, it's just okay. How about the IAS? Now, that's a cheap one. I'm really starting to concentrate more probably on the ones, that are in the 30 to 40 to 50 level. Those are the ones that are really moving. This is on the way down, even though the U certainly was a good one. But now look at the DV. I mean, the DV is the one that knocked me out early. What a bounce now for DV. The low of 1764, so about $1 bounce. All right, guys. Well, here's Teva. Now, Teva, look at this. I mean, coming right into a daily high. You can see that red line on the daily chart. You cannot see the candle that it's. You can't even see it on the weekly chart. But sometime quite a while ago, let's bring up a monthly chart. Probably see it there. It was last month, I guess. Maybe not. I don't think so. I don't even know when that happened. So this is not a lot of resistance, really. Teva is an earnings play. I don't know what you mean by the buy-in target for RPD. I don't know what you mean by that. I'm not in this, okay? I mean, I'm not in it, but I'm just pointing out that the alert was at 39. It's at 38.20. So it's too late. But here's the deal, guys. I mean, you can have all these scans. So you can, of course, you can follow the alerts. You don't have to wait for me to tell you when these alerts happen. In fact, that's a good segue, 10:25 right now. So I think what I'll do is I'll go over my homepage. So I'm going to go over my homepage and show you all the scans that I am currently sharing. Okay, so click on my homepage link, and this is what you're going to see. So right at the top here is a way in which you can take out a subscription right now. With the promo code Barry15, that'll get you 15% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. All I ask is if at some point in time you decide you want to take out a subscription, please use the promo code that you will see. I mean, this can change, of course, that you will see on my homepage. This is a free room, and the way we keep it free is if you take out a subscription using my promo code, the room basically gets credit. Company says, okay, we'll keep the room free. It's that simple. Get started. You must do the get started. If you do take out a subscription, 10 short videos, download and install, first startup and login, introduction to scans, top list windows, alert windows. Only 30 minutes long, 10 short videos. You don't have to I wouldn't look at doc layout, sort of an advanced topic. Trading 101. If you are new to trading, this is a free series of videos for you, the new trader, okay? Trading 101, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it here. Trade of the week. You can sign up for the trade of the week. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section is here. We have a great user guide. A lot of questions can be answered in the user guide. People ask, well, how do I do this, that? Well, here's the getting started, number one. A lot more detail about what an alert window is, the A window, a top list window, the T window. You want to find out a little bit more about stock racing right here. I love using price alerts all the time. But if you want to create a watch list, what we call it also a symbol list, you want to put a sound alert on your alert windows. So if it's typically, if it's something fairly substantial within the software, it'll have a section. You'll see it here, okay? But again, don't get hung up on all this. You don't have to learn everything. Like any other software program, it's a big manual, but you don't have to learn everything. Getting started series again. Now, daily support. I take a break between 12 and 1. Today, I'm going to be taking off at about 10 to 12. Jamie will be taking over for me. It's Wednesday, and that's his day. So he graciously said he would step in about 10 minutes early for me. And I think it's a good idea. You head over to YouTube while I'm on my break. We have 5 different days of the week, five days of the week, 5 different traders. We all have different trading styles, okay? We all have different scans that we're willing to share. So I think it's a good idea to head over and just to listen to somebody else and how they trade. And last, here are my scans. So you're looking for my scans. So if you're looking, so those are the scans that I'm sharing. I had myself on mute just briefly. Fly W, 1599. That was the alert. Let's take a look on the monthly chart. Where could it go? So the next low looking left is 1436. So this has room on the monthly chart. On the monthly chart. Yeah, I'll tell you why I'm going on mute. I'm going to have to do a reboot. My computer is acting up, so every time the fan goes crazy, I put myself on mute just briefly, let the fan settle down. But I'm not on mute now. So, do the squeeze alert that you're talking about, Michael, is I'm talking to Michael in our YouTube room. You're talking about this. If you click on New and then Market Explorer, okay, and then right click, select the strategy, and it is somewhere. Sure. So it's the Bollinger Band. So Bollinger Band. So if you go to the Bollinger Band, you see the TTM squeeze daily. There's no other time frame. Okay, that's what you're talking about. So again, click on New, Market Explorer, right click, Strategy pops up, Bollinger Band here. But of course, none of this is customizable. Yeah, you can put it. Yeah, you can take out the scan and put it. Keep it in your layout if you want. So you can, yeah. So the question is, so on the Market Explorer, I don't use the Market Explorer at all. I think it's more designed for longer term holds. But so there's somebody asked about the squeeze. So here it is, okay. But it's not customizable. You cannot do anything. You know, when I say that, you cannot pick a price range, volume, anything like that. Now he's tried to make sure the volume is okay, but and then what you can do now, this is free floating. Now you can make it part of your layout if you want. All right, now we're starting to see some bounces now on these 10-day daily breakdowns that I'm seeing. There's the Fly W. Okay, we had the alert just under, had the alert at 15.99. But now maybe a little bit because of the market, we're starting to see some bounces off these 10-day daily breakdowns. And talk about a bounce. Look at Reddit. Last time I saw Reddit, it was challenging that 50 level, but it 50 held basically. Got a little bit below 50, but basically it held. And yeah, nice bounce for Reddit. Remember this one from yesterday? This was an awesome short from that 10-day daily breakdown, the SUZ from yesterday. You can see it. I don't think the alert happened right up here, but great short, basically an all-day short. And this is the Brazilian company that is, I guess, making a bid for IP. $15 billion takeover offer. It's an offer. But, this was a pretty big beatdown, though, I have to admit. This is typically what happens, though. The acquiring company, the one that is doing the taking over, usually the acquiring company gets soft, is weaker. Of course, the one that's being acquired, if it's above the current price, usually it's going to be moving higher. But it's the acquiring company at the beginning anyway that usually takes a bit of a beating, and that's because a lot of times, of course, they're having to issue shares. I mean, I don't know what the makeup of the $15 billion takeover was, but A lot of times it's cash and shares. So if it's shares, then you as an existing shareholder, of course, gets your position diluted. So, but sometimes even if it's cash, the market might say, we don't think this is we don't think you guys should be doing that. So they vote, and the vote is taking place on the chart. Selling. Okay, guys. So again, for those of you who are new, welcome to the rooms. We have 2 rooms going. I have a YouTube room that I moderate and what I call the main room. Both hear me and see my screen. YouTube is not as active in terms of participation among other traders. But if you don't care about that, you can stick in YouTube. If you want a little more action, you can head over to the main room. And this is the link for it. Of course, it's completely up to you. So what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. We are a real-time alert scanner. A lot of screening programs out there that claim to be scanners. Well, we don't claim to be. We are a real-time alert scanner. So what do I mean by that? And what do I mean about screening programs? So this is an alert window. I call it momentum, less than 500 contracts. Just stocks that are less than 500 contracts have been traded. Options. I'm not trading options. It's just a way for me to see stocks that typically don't trade options. That's all. This one over here are stocks that are trading greater than 500. So anyway, don't want to confuse the issue. I'm just really trying to show you what an alert window looks like in our system. So if I right click and I click on configure and I click on summary and I click on summary. Here we go. Click on summary. So in this particular scan, this is what I'm looking for. Stocks are between, what's the difference between FinViz and TI? Well, hopefully, I mean, I shouldn't say that. To me, it's very obvious. FinViz is, if you want to find information, it's not real time. Okay. I mean, FinViz it's more like a big screener. Okay. We have a lot of the information, of course, that FinViz has, but if you're looking for real-time alerting and customizable. Anyway, this is in this particular scan, and not a knock against FinViz at all. Okay. So in this scan, this is what it's looking for. The stock has to be between $1 and $100. The current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. This gives it the momentum. This is why I call it momentum. The volume is at least 1,000% of normal in the last minute, 5 minutes, 400% of normal, etc. Okay, so this is the screening aspect. Now, if all these filter values are met, the screening values are met, and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So that's why, what time is it now? 10:38. So the last time all these filter values are met and a stock made a new high for the day was at 10:32 plus 3 seconds, and that was SUZ. Since then, no stock has met all the requirements and made a new high for the day. I mean, that's a huge difference. I mean, so if you're looking for real-time alerting, this is certainly the program for you. Okay, now that's one example. Hello, Vince. This is one example of an alert, of course. A real-time alert. Now, if you like the scan the way it is, of course, you can have it just like it is. I'm sharing it on my homepage. But if you want to make a change, of course you can. If you don't like the price range, for instance, you might want to change that. If you get used to using Trade Ideas, maybe there's a filter that you like that you might want to add. Maybe you want to take one out. Of course, it's completely up to you. This is what I like to see. It doesn't have to be what you like to see. Okay. Now, if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. This time I'll click on search. So this is what I'm talking about. These are the real-time alerts that we've got. Okay, so the two most popular ones, the new high of the day and the new low of the day, right at the very top. But as you can see, we have a lot of other real-time alerts. And if I keep scrolling down, these are all of the filters that we've got. Now, don't get hung up on how many we've got. Okay. We, or you, you do not have to learn them all. The only reason there are so many is because when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So they had to obviously create a lot of different real-time alerts and all these different screening or filters, screeners, in order to satisfy the thousands of customers we have and all the different types of trading styles there are. Okay, so you don't have to learn them all. In fact, the only two alerts I use are the new high and the new low of the day. That's it. And I had just a handful of the filters. It doesn't mean that the rest of these are no good. It just means for my trading style, that's all I care about. Okay. So again, do not get hung up. If you're looking at this for the first time, don't start to think, man, how am I possibly going to learn all this? Notice what's happening, guys. You see the VTOL, AMRC just made it as we speak. DZSI is just making it into this scan because it made a new high of the day, but it satisfied all of these filter values also. Okay. So in our YouTube room, can I share my alerts? And yes, I can. Well, I can share the scans for sure. Aha, guys. Okay, just give me a moment. Real-time alerting also. I mean, price alerts. We do that very well. Just give me a moment. I got to find my home page. So on my home page, Jay Dye. I'm talking to Jay Dye in our YouTube room. Okay, so there is my homepage link. So just click on it, Jay Dye, and when you do, scroll down until you see the scan section. Okay, that's the middle. And here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. Okay. I have no, I'm not, I guess what's called, I guess I'd have to be a CME or a market technician or something. I don't look at the market like that at all, Jam and Jim. Okay. Which of the 4 market stages are we in now? I have no idea. No idea. I'm an intraday trader, so I don't. It doesn't. I don't really care as much about that sort of thing. Doesn't mean you shouldn't. I'm just saying, as an intraday trader, all I care about is what's happening today, and that's a good segue into. It's a good segue into my style of trading. So my number one goal every single day is to find the stocks that are trading abnormally. Okay, because as an intraday trader, why do I want to get into something that's not trading abnormally? It's just going to sit there. While I was babbling on, so I had an alert set for MI. This is, of course, that big one from a couple of days ago. So as an intraday trader, again, that's my number one goal every day. Find the stocks that are trading abnormally. Well, I can, if I only had to look at this would do it. Okay. This meaning this relative strength leaders from the close percent. I obviously do have some other scans that I do look at, but if I were new to trading, I may just take a look at this and that's it. Now, it doesn't mean that when you see this AMRC up 28%, that you just take the trade. I mean, but it's telling you that these are stocks that you should be paying attention to. And if you've never traded before, then that's why we've got that trading 101 on my homepage. I would, trading is not easy. You've got to have some basis behind it, a foundation, so that when you click on an alert, the chart is telling you a story. The charts are telling you a story. And, that you have to be able to understand what is the chart telling you. And the only way you can do that is by, looking at a lot of charts, thousands of charts, quite frankly. And it sounds like a daunting task, but thousands of charts is not that hard. Really. It's not like it's, a 10-year project. So that's my goal, is to find the stocks that are trading abnormally. So this is one way. I mean, this just, sort of hits me over the head with these stocks all day long. Okay. Now, sometimes what happens is some stock out of nowhere comes, and that's, because we're probably going to see this Reben, an INOD, probably you're going to see this at the top all day long, unless Reben just completely and utterly gives it up. So when you look at this Reben, you might think, okay, is there a way that I can trade this? Well, you missed it at the beginning. So again, this is where some experience comes in. There's the VWAP, 351. Okay, so it is through the VWAP, but there is that orange line, is the 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart. A lot of people like that. Steve Gomez, I traded his, love this. So he looks at this and saying, okay, if the stock comes down into that line and holds it, maybe it'll bounce off it. Okay, and maybe that, so you take the trade down here. Yeah, well, yeah, it's a close from the previous day, so that's number one, and it takes into account. It doesn't. I don't have. I mean, it's very simple. The filters. It's just sorry, a little bit slow on the configuration. I mean, it's very simple. I mean, price has to be 50 cents. Current volume. Now, this is a bit of a misnomer, but 200,000 shares, so I don't have any market cap at all. The thing is, though, that I want to see the stocks that are, moving the most percentage-wise. Pretty tough for, something with a huge market cap, okay, to have a 91% move. But if I look down here, maybe I find something that, I don't know, Lazard. I have no idea what the market cap is for Lazard, but well, so there is no, it could be anything. Okay, Timbo. In other words, it could be any market cap. I don't have a, it's just that if you want to only see stocks, yeah, so 316 million shares, pretty big market cap. Well, not really. You multiply 316, that's the float. So, but it's certainly, I mean, it's probably could be a $400 million market cap, or sorry, could be a $700 million market cap. It could be. But if you only wanted to see stocks with a larger market cap using this type of format, of course you could. You just take this. I'm sharing this, and all you'd have to do is, if I did a search and I type in market cap. Okay, well, I can type in market. There we go, market cap. So there's the market cap. You could add the filter, and then whatever you think is the minimum market cap you want, you could add it. Then you'll only see stocks with a larger market cap that have changed the most, as an example. Okay. So notice I don't have any value in here because I don't really care. Whatever market cap it is, fine. But, I understand a lot of people would rather. So let's just do it for fun. Okay. So if I right click now, I'm going to take it out of this doc. Okay. Now I'm just going to add the market cap here. Okay. So let's put 1 billion. Okay. 1 billion. I think that works. Just typing 1B. Yeah. So, okay. So let's do that. And let's just see what happens. Okay, so you know what I did? I didn't accept it. Okay, market cap, add the filter, 1B. Okay, that's what I forgot to do. Okay. So this will take a bit to change, okay, because it is a top list. So just give it a bit. Okay, so here you go. So if you're looking for stocks that have changed the most from yesterday's close with a 1 billion minimum market cap, here they are as an example. We just mentioned the Elan before. So it all depends on your comfort level. Okay. So again, everything is customizable. This is a rip snorter of a of a recovery here, guys. I mean, after being down for almost 3 hours, okay, market was steadily moving down, and this is basically just completely recovered now. SPY is basically flat. NAS is, I mean, the market's not moving that much. I mean, the market has moved, but when you look at with respect to yesterday, I mean, the NAS is just down just a little. The Dow is up a little, SPY is up a little. So bounce plays today obviously were the way to go. So I mean, look at the U. I mean, this was an awesome short for me early, but look at you now. I mean, look at it. I mean, this is a great short, but look at the bounce now from 16 to 17. Nope. Timbo, I don't have a float sweet spot. Nope. I mean, most of the time, of course, when you see these stocks, they're going to have a low float, but no, there's no, I'll trade anything if it's moving. Okay. Most of the time though, for something to be moving, the float has to be, usually anyway, has to be pretty low. That's all. But I don't use any, float minimum or maximum. So even D-Dog, remember D-Dog yesterday was an earnings play. Look at this, above yesterday's high now. Sorry about that. Don't know what the news was. Well, now I see it. Some units are filing for, if some units, Kazoo says, well, I'll read it. If Kazoo says if some units file for administration or liquidation, need to consider options, including filing for administration or winding up the company. Not good. So guys, this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. So If you have questions, don't be shy. You can ask questions all day long. I'll attempt to answer best I can, certainly about trade ideas. But I had a question a little while ago about what phase of the market we're in, and I'm not qualified to answer that. To be honest, I don't look at the market like that. Person that would. So, which of the 4 market stages are we in right now? Yeah, I'm just not qualified to answer a question like that. Doesn't mean don't ask. Okay. Now, Michael Noss, I trade ideas. He might have an idea. He's more of definitely a market technician, but I just don't know. Just show me the stocks that are trading abnormally every day, and that keeps me happy. All right, guys, give me a moment. I just have to answer an email. So I'm just going to put myself on mute. I want to answer this email. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. So here's another one. I have a few halts resumes today. Oh, so the NN. Oh, I got it. This is an IPO today, I guess. Pricing $379. Very. How many shares? IPO was priced at $4. I don't know how many shares were issued. So it is halted on the way up. And let's see. This could get exciting, guys. Casa or draw. I'm sure you know how. I know I could go to the calendar. Any quickly? How many shares were issued? Probably not many. A couple of million, maybe, for the NNE. If somebody knows, I can just maybe post that. So right now, as we speak, this could get A little bit crazy. There's the halt at 413. There is the potential open at 440. If an IPO was priced at 4, so it's above the IPO price right now. And it had it not been halted, it probably would have moved a lot higher. Thank you, Draw. Okay, so 2.6 million shares. So again, and I should have asked you also, where is it out of? I'll do it. And this is out of, looks like a US company, so too bad. Yeah, it's a US company. When I say too bad, the reason being is that it's usually the China, Singaporean IPOs like this that are really, really crazy or can go crazy. I'm not saying this can't, but typically you're not seeing it as much for the US based stocks, the US based IPOs. Am I still bullish on Rebin? I have not traded Rebin or EBN. Question from my YouTube room. I've not traded it. The only thing is that looks like it's trying to hold that 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. If you believe in that sort of stuff, okay, and it's and it's just hanging just a little bit above the 200-day moving average. But 1.3 million in the float. It's it's going to be. It could go crazy either way. Again, it's trying to hold that 10 SMA, and it's trying to hold the 200-day moving average. But on the negative side, 350 is the VWAP. So you're stuck right now. We're stuck between the 200-day moving average and the VWAP. Okay, so because the VWAP could be resistance also. So you might want to wait, if it took out the VWAP and see what happens from there. I know you're giving up 20 odd cents, but it could easily stall at the VWAP. Now, while it's nice to have all these earnings plays, there's a part of me that says, next week when there's only a 200, a little over, I think 220, it'll give us, it'll be able to focus on fewer stocks. Okay. When they come kind of fast and furious, look at all these earnings plays on the daily breakdown and also on the breakout. There's as many probably in both. And I'm sure there's been some awesome ones in the breakout. Look at this one, TOST, TOST, 2580, 2731. This ATEC that I got knocked out of a little earlier, this could, see, there's the 10 SMA. If it takes it out, this could have a little more of a run in it. Ooh, so this one actually had a huge bounce. But these are just, bottom fishers. This is just horrible news for the company, right? It's nothing you'd want to This is just an intraday trade, if that, for CZOO. You know, this SGBX is still doing its thing, isn't it? I mean, look how horrible it looks on the day on this 15-minute chart. It still does not want to really take out 5, but you never know. You know, the volume has to come in though. I mean, the volume is since this day 3 days ago when it traded 92 million. Then they announced the financing the next day, but it's way above the financing price of 290. But it's just not wanting to break out. But it's also, I mean, it's holding. I mean, this is pretty impressive that it's holding. There's just no volume right now. Hard to take this. Now look at Trip. It came all the way back. Trip came all the way back. Well, not all the way back, of course, not all the way back, but it is from the lows here, 1589, 1824, continues to move through. That's what I was talking about. You see how it is now through that 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart? Mitch, you're right. Mitch is the same. Yeah, I mean, they're still down. I mean, they're still down for the day, but they've made great recoveries. You know what? I'm just going to take this one, but I looked at Mitch, and now this has jumped a dime on me, so I'm not going to. I mean, it could still move, of course, but so this is definitely a day to take a look at the gap down and reversals, guys. You know, stocks at a gap down and then reversed. Give me one moment. I'll be right back. All right. So now what happened with the, look at this, NNE, and it's halted again. So, I mean, I know it's not China or Singapore, but this is, and look where it could open. Look where it could open, guys. There's their halt at 519 now for NNE. There's where it could open, $7. But you can see how this changes. This is nothing is written in stone. This is time and sales from Interactor Brokers, okay? Nothing to do with trade ideas. I know I have to repeat myself all the time, but the reason being is that some people are new and they think, wow, where can I get that in trade ideas? You can't. Okay, this is my broker, Interactor Brokers, time and sales, and there's the halt price. And here, this column is, remember that's at 7 before? I mean, this column is giving you maybe a clue of where it could open. But as you can see, it fluctuates mightily. All right, guys. Now, INOD, I wonder if that's shortable. Hmm. Looking at the economic calendar, let's see what's happening today. I'm not sure what time is it now. We're 11:12. So Jefferson, one of the Fed presidents, I don't know if he's finished talking, but he was due to talk at 11. Collins, another one of the Fed presidents, will talk at 11:45. So I don't know if maybe this guy just shut up, harsh as I'll get. But Jefferson decided to speak at 11 o'clock. I don't know if this is causing the market to move down a bit. Collins, again, another Fed president, will speak at 11:45. And then we have at 1 o'clock, we've got the $42 billion 10-year note auction that can have an effect on the market. And another guy has decided to talk. Cook at 1:30. So we've got three of the Fed presidents talking, and then we've got the bond action at or the note action at 1 p.m. Okay. I know I said auction. I don't know what the difference is. I mean, I guess I should, but I don't. Difference in they have the note auctions and they have the bond auctions. I know what a bond is, but I don't know if it's essentially the same thing. Notes are just thank you. Okay, notes are just shorter term. So even though this says these are 10-year note auctions, $42 billion 10-year note auction. Okay, so wow, so that really pulled back then. That really pulled back the NNE. So remember when it actually said 7. I think this is going to get halted again, guys. I tried to get some and I didn't get it. I think this is going to get halted again. Why? Because look at the bid ask. Yeah. I could basically predict it. Shoot. I couldn't get where I wanted to get it. Why was well, it's simple. I mean, excuse me, the bid ask was 1 penny, like well, I think 530. Well, it was 543, 544. Almost impossible for a stock that is moving that quickly. Okay. So when you see it stuck like that, almost for sure it's going to get halted. Nice. Well, Vince, that's up to you. Okay. I can't tell you what is a good exit. You're going to have a plan. I can't tell you what a good exit is. Above 450 for you, though. But seriously, I mean, it's an IPO today. Is extremely volatile. All I would suggest is this. Of course, obviously do not wander away from your computer. Typically there are 5-minute halts. I don't have the halt here actually, so you should know it's a 5-minute halt. I guess that was 11:16. So if it is a 5-minute halt, that'll open at 11:21 plus 12 seconds, I guess. So do not wander away from your computer, and I would have my finger on the submit button. Well, I don't know who your broker is, and to make sure, because you don't know what's going to happen. I mean, look what happened when it came out of the first that first halt. It dropped down to 438 or something, or 464. So I would you know what I would probably do? I would probably put 5. I would, you're in at 450, okay? But just in case, you don't know what's going to happen. I would personally, I would probably put like 5 on my my exit. With you don't have, I mean, you don't have to do it, of course. I'm just saying though, but if it comes out of the halt and it starts to really move down, I would want to have like something way under the halt price, and I'd probably put like 5 so that you could hit that submit button really quickly if it really moves down. Now, if it moves higher, you don't do it. Obviously, I'm not saying get out at 5 at all costs. I'm just saying, for me anyway, that's what I would do. If that makes sense. And hopefully it moves higher immediately. But understand, it's an IPO today. It's going to be extremely volatile. You're in at a great price. Any opinion on JAGX? I hate JAGX. How's that for an opinion? But in all seriousness, no, I just remember trying, this, yeah, I have no, I'm sorry. I don't look at stocks under $1 at all. Look how choppy it is. Number one, they've done, in fact, I'm surprised they haven't done a reverse split. They're going to have to do a reverse split. I mean, with that float and way under $1. So I don't have any opinion on JAGX that you'll probably like anyway. I mean, let's look how choppy it is. And it's a huge, is that right? Is that float really that much? Just going to go to another website and check just to see. I thought they did a bunch of reverse splits. No, that is the float. So not only is it under $1, but with that float of 285 million shares, it's going to take a bunch to move it. Like a bunch of volume. Yeah, 10 million shares, 0.3 relative volume. So that's my opinion, Charlie. Okay. Why are you saying no lockup for NNE Wiggle Boss? That's a question. Are you asking if there is a lockup? I mean, you're right. Typically, it's very, 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 very rare that an IPO does not have a. Okay, there you go. Okay, so now you're Vince. I mean, you're gold now, but I'd probably take some profit. So why did you ask that question, Wiggle Boss, for no lockup? So again, it's very, very rare that there was no lockup period for IPOs. You guys are talking about Mullen, MULN. Oh, yeah, no kidding. Well, I had that news on the 29th of April. Had that news. Basically getting or qualifying for a massive rebate, about a $45,000 rebate. So in California, I don't know if the other states, but or obviously California, big state population wise. So $45,000 rebate on a $65,000 truck or a commercial vehicle. And that's what caused that initial move. Next day was a big follow up before it sold off. And then the last 3 days, I don't know if there's any more news on it. Now, this is what I'm going to do with it, believe it or not. I'm going to stick a price alert at the high of the day right now for NNE. And if later on, and it might happen right away, I'm not going to do it if it happens right away. What I'm hoping for is maybe it rests a bit and sometime maybe in the afternoon, it takes out this high. Yeah, see, I don't, and listen, JAGX could do it, but understand that. And what did we get it up to? I mean, the high is around, well, even the pre-market high is only 30 cents. So that's less than 5 cents. I mean, you might get lucky, Charlie, but it is very choppy, huge float. So it's going to take a lot. Look how the volume is tapered off on the 15-minute chart. You're going to need some tremendous enthusiasm to come back into JAGX, in my opinion. Enthusiasm meaning volume in order to move it a nickel. That's a big, big float. It's called Relative Strength Leaders from the Closed Percent. Okay. So on my homepage, BG Day. I'll just give you my homepage link. And if you want it, you can have it. I'm talking to BG Day Trade in our YouTube room. So if you want it, just click on my homepage link. Click here on the scan section, and it's at the bottom left, the bottom 2 columns, the bottom of the left-hand column, Relative Strength Leaders. Okay, that's what it is. I've abbreviated it. Okay, but it's the same. So this is a good example. Remember, we didn't see NNE, of course, at all until it started trading. Okay, so this is an example of while Rebin and well, SGD, what's this one doing? See, I part of me does not want to see these, but I'm doing it out of, well, I know some people don't mind trading stocks under $1, so I keep it in, but all of a sudden, one of these down here, like look at the MyGen. Let's take a look at MyGen. Probably an earnings play, yeah. Myriad Genetics, an earnings play. Yeah, I mean, it's for me just a little too choppy. I mean, I don't like to see 15-minute charts with topping tails and bottoming tails. Later on in the day, though, it could settle down and maybe make a move. Now the Revin looks bad now. I mean, it's now down through, I think, the 200-day moving average. Yeah, down through the 200-day moving average. And underneath that, but it's not shortable for me. Well, guys, this is maybe not a bad one either. The ZI, this is an earnings play. It's showing up in the combo scan. Now, remember yesterday, we hardly had any. If you were here yesterday, we hardly had any in this combo scan, and the reason being, well, I was surprised, but look at today. It's just jam packed. And again, remember what the combo scan is all about. It takes, if you look at this subnormal option activity, if I went through this, now look at RPD, I would have to look to see, well, was RPD in the breakdowns? Yes, it was. Okay. Therefore, it'll be over here. So in other words, what it does is it looks for the stocks in this list and checks to see whether or not the stocks are also in this one of these two lists. And if it is, then it'll show up in the combo scan. Okay. Yesterday, there were only a handful. Today, look at them all. So, Michael, are you talking about, for instance, you want to change if you had this just as an example, if you took this from my homepage as Momo less than 500 contracts and you decided you wanted to change the name? Is that what you're asking? Because yes, of course you can. So, I mean, if I wanted to change that, I would right click and go to go to configure and then click on summary and then right here, window name. Okay. I'm talking to Michael Storm in our YouTube room. Was that your question? So in the columns, I don't understand what you mean. In the columns, can you change the strategy name? This is the strategy name up here. So I'm not sure. I don't know what you mean by in the columns. Can you change the strategy name? I don't know what you mean. You're talking about the filter name? If that's the case, no, but so I don't know what you mean. Okay, under properties, okay. This shows strategy menu. This, I haven't looked at this for a long time, but These you can't do, but now why have I got this now? But where is add strategy here? I don't understand. The column, here's properties. Okay. Are you talking about an alert window or? I'm right clicking. I'm right clicking on here. I'm right clicking. I'm going to properties. I don't see what you're trying to do. Oh, it's a multi. Okay. So you're talking here. Okay. So here's a multi-strategy window. Right click, properties, and window name. Is that what you mean? And here's how you can change the name. Is that what you mean? Column. Right click properties. I don't see column. Okay. Oh, I do see columns. I'm sorry. You're right. Okay. So I'm sorry. You can, I'm sorry, but you're not talking about changing the name. You're just talking about adding columns or getting rid of columns. So you can add columns or get rid of columns. Yes. Is that if that's what you mean? So, okay, if I wanted to add what's not here, the put call ratio, okay, I add that. Actually, it's there. If I want to add the count, it's there. Right. I'm going to click on more, find ones that aren't there. Okay. Distance from the inside of the market, show the column. Okay. So now there it is. I don't know what you mean. Okay. More. Well, these are just filters. These are just filters. More filters. Okay. I mean, these are just filters when you click on more, show the column, more. These are just filters. If you're talking about strategy, the strategy name? No, no, no. Are you talking about adding the strategy name? I think maybe that's what you're talking about. You can add the strategy name also as a column. Is that what you mean? I don't do it because I know what these mean, but it takes up a little bit of space. All right. So you're asking two things here. Okay. Here's the multi-strategy window. Okay. So you go to properties, you go to columns. Okay. And then you've got something that says strategy name. Okay. So if I left clicked it over, then what would happen is if that's what you mean, okay, you're not. Well, yeah, okay. If you went in, okay. Now, if you go to strategies and you open the strategy, open the alert window, and now you can make a change in the individual strategy. Right click. Why do you want to do this? Okay, click on configure, and then the box. Click on. I mean, click on summary, and now here is where you can make the change. You want to change the name, but you're not talking about the overall multi-strategy window. You want to change the individual. You want to change the individual strategies in the multi-strategy window. Is that what you want to do? Okay, well, just do what I did then. You can go. You might have to start though. You might have to separate these. I'm not sure. Maybe Pepe knows. If I open this alert window, you know what I'll do? I'll duplicate this window just to see. Okay, so I'm going to duplicate this window. I doubt if it's going to do it, but let me see. Open the alert window. I'll call it. I'm going to right click. I'm going to call it. System is very slow for me today. I'll call it test. But understand, I don't see those strategy names there because I don't want to see them. I know what they are personally, but that's okay. I mean, so now I've called this test, but I don't think. Yeah, it doesn't change it here. I think what you have to do, Michael, you have to open the individual windows, make the changes, and then create a new multi-strategy window and put them in. I don't see how, unless Pepe knows a different way. If you're bound and determined. See, I don't have. Let me go to properties again and columns and. See, this is what you're trying to do. You don't want to see all this. Okay. See that I don't want. So when you edit each strategy, okay, so edit each strategy, as Pepe is saying. Configure all. Can you do a configure all? Edit. Certainly not here. No, I understand. You want to change these names, but I've never tried that before. I don't know how to edit it in the multi-strategy window. I freely admit, I do not know how to do it within the multi-strategy window. Configure. That's how you do it. Okay, that's how you do it. Thank you, Pepe. Okay, so I'll go to this one. So how I changed it to test. Okay, so you go to strategies and then go to this window, the next one. Okay, the next one you want to change. And this box pops up. Click on the configure, click on the summary, and then make the change. Test 2. Okay, so that's how you do it. Okay. Can't change that though. Okay, Michael Storm, you cannot change the name as far as I know. Maybe you can. I don't think you can. Well, maybe you can. Maybe once you have it free floating. You're talking about that squeeze that I showed you earlier, right? So, Bollinger Band, squeeze. Here it is. Now, can I change that? I don't think you can change it, but I don't think you can change the name if that's what you're talking about. Yeah, it doesn't look like you can change the name. There's no configure. Well, there's no configuration. So yeah, there's no way you can change that name. Okay, so that one, I don't know where it is. Squeeze alert up 5% in 5 minutes. I have no idea where that is, Michael. I don't have that as a scan. Maybe one of the other traders does. Okay. I would go info at, because if it's somebody else's scan, I don't have it. Okay. Just info at trade-ideas.com and ask for it. Maybe one of the other traders, has it. I don't have it. Oh, okay. Yeah. So I don't have access to other people's scans, but it'll go to the general. Yeah. Well, you can tell me what it's called. I just don't have access to it. Go to info at trade-ideas.com and say, hey, I'm looking for the one that is squeeze alert up 5% in 5 minutes. One or the other, we all see the emails that come in, and whoever's got it will answer you and give it to you. Okay. Maybe it's Jamie. I don't know. Jamie will be in the room in about, I'm leaving in about 9 minutes from now. Okay. So maybe Jamie has it. I don't know. Well, can you not see info at trade-ideas.com? I just put the email address. Okay. And send, hey, I'm looking for the squeeze alert up 5% in 5 minutes. Can somebody, does somebody have it that can give it to me? Something like that. Okay. Okay, guys, give me a moment. Okay, guys, so I have to leave very soon. Jamie will be taking over for me in our YouTube room. Okay, so I'm going to put the YouTube link in. So there's the YouTube link. I'm just waiting for Jamie to show up. Okay. Jamie, if you're listening to me anytime, I know I said 10 to, but anytime would be great. And I'll just put the announcement up here. Okay. Okay, guys. So again, I'm just waiting for Jamie to show up. Keep an eye on the Reddit, guys. Again, Reddit RDDT is challenging that, excuse me, that 50 mark again. Wow, that kazoo all over the place. Good trader. How about the 9 in NE? Well, this is actually setting up now. If you're in this one, I know you want it to go higher, but I'm waiting to see whether or not later on, when I get back, later on, maybe it takes out that high of the day, 626, and that could get it rocking again. All right, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute. I'm just waiting for Jamie to show up. Okay. Okay, Jamie, I think I just heard you come in, right?
You are correct, sir. Figured I'd pop
Okay.
in a few minutes early, seeing
Thank you
as how
very
you
much. Yeah,
have things to do.
I gotta boot it right now. So I'd love to keep talking to you, but I can't.
Yeah, sure. Let me grab the screen here real quick.
Okay.
And okay, I think you are free to leave, sir.
Okay. Thanks a lot.
All right, good luck. We'll see you when you get back.
Okay.
Bye-bye. Okay, hi everybody. Hopefully everybody can see and hear. See my screen, hear me okay. If there are any issues, just use the questions panel to let me know, but I think we're good to go. Just give me a second real quick here. Okie dokie. All right, so Barry is taking off to do some stuff. I'm Jamie. I'll be your host for the next hour or so. And this is the hour that we allocate for the live support session. Well, Barry takes his well deserved break, so just talking shop. No pre planned content, just here to discuss trading, trade ideas, software, of course. So if you have any questions about any aspects of the software, just use that questions panel to get your question out there, and I'll do my best to answer it. So the market, let's just take a look at the big boy here. A little run back up, a little push back down. So just kind of what we've been seeing here lately, a lot of chop. Nice up move from the bottom. Of course, we came into a nice little gap down. Covered it up. I think we did. Yeah, we closed yesterday at 517.70. So we're just slightly below that. Did temporarily fill the gap, only to give it back a little bit. And I don't even know if we got up there, 517.19. No, we didn't quite get there. 517.19 close. Oh yeah, we did. We popped above it by a good little margin there, but couldn't hold it. Now we're right back down in the chop. Okay, no new questions since I've come in, but if you do have one, just use that questions panel to get it out there. How we got here? How's our crowd today? Let's see. And where'd my chat go? Yeah, we got a nice little crowd in here. Hey, Yushani. The question is, any way to make it scan using pre-market volume? Well, we do have some pre-market filters. Just take a peek here. Mm, yeah, so there's no filter for pre-market volume. Pretty certain. Let me just do a double check here. Volume is going to click pre-market and that just rolls over into the regular session. So I was just making sure that nothing snuck in on me there. But yeah, that's not going to be doable with pre-market volume specifically because there's no way to isolate it. Sure, Michael. Let me oh, okay, I see you. Let's see. I'm just scrolling back to see your question. So is it about just, things that are with big short floats, looking for that stock with the short squeeze? Was that the topic of discussion, Michael? Just kind of scrolled back there to see. And to your previous question, how was your week? You know, I don't know how to articulate this into words, but the market just feels a little weird for me in my trading ever since Friday of last week. I was just discussing this with another trader buddy earlier. I can't quite put my finger on it. Just the action in the little universe of stocks that I trade has just been kind of not there, right? And that's kind of how it goes sometimes. You hit these little pockets of, well, less productivity, I should say. I don't know why I got up there. Spy, okay. Yeah, squeeze alert. The alert in the column called squeeze alert. Now, is that a scan from somebody else that you're referring to? 5% in 5 minutes. So I'm assuming you mean it moved 5% in 5 minutes? Because let me look at my cloud. That reminds me of an old scan that Steve Gomez came up with a long time ago called Squeeze Me. Short squeeze, squeeze 52. That's a top list. Well, let me just see. And this one's probably going to be keying off of the short float, I would assume. Yeah, short float minimum 20%. But then you're referring to the change in 5 minutes, which your metric was 5% in 5 minutes. Okay, and it was a strategy window, not a top list window? Because, I mean, we can configure that and see what comes up. But, okay, so it was a 52-week high, then a big move. All right, well, let's just try to put something together here. I'll duplicate it here, and we'll just scratch this guy out. Okay, so okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're just going to use the new high alert. Well, we could use the new high alert and of course put the 365-day high in there, or we could use the uh, position and range filter for the 1 year. Any preference there, Michael? Would you want to use, position in your range slightly above 100, right? And use the new high as the alert, and then we can put in all the other stuff. Okay, let's take a look at those stocks real quick. So MYO, okay, that certainly fits the bill, and it looks like it's just shy of its 52-week high, or maybe somewhere in that range, getting close. Because if we take a look, say, let's look at the weekly here, just to get a reference. Okay, so here we are for 5/26/24. So about right here, yeah, was the low for the prior year. And we're not at highs, but close, right? And the Sezzle. All right, and this is pretty young, dude. Let's see, 4/24. And then yeah, that one doesn't even go back a year. So I'm just trying to figure out, if you're using 52 weeks, then, you wouldn't get that alert using new high with 365 in there. That really wouldn't get it, I don't think. But yeah, we see the big wick there. Interesting. Well, if it's a 52-week high, well, we'll just put that in. We'll say new high, 365. And then I guess the main key metric would be, now you said it was under 5% in 5 minutes. 5% in 5 minutes in the column. Okay, well, the only way to articulate that into the system is the change in 5 minute, and we'd have to use a min of 5%. Now, any preferences on min-max stock price? Because that can greatly affect the output. So what are we going to use for min-max? And then, of course, it's unknown whether is the short float filter being implemented there. So, okay, so 1 in 20. And then we'll show a 5-minute column as well. But as far as that 5% in 5 minutes in the column, that should report the value of how much these things are running up. Okay, so let's just look at what we got. Got the 52-week high as the catalyst. Stocks between 1 and 20, change in 5 minute. Okay, so, without even looking at the output, I can tell you a lot of thin things are probably going to show up in this one because there's no volume requirements, right? So what was that other one that you just said? MYO. Okay, so that one ran from 364, certainly meets the 5%. So wonder if it's going to show up in here. Okay. It's saying right here, 1401 to 1421. I'm not sure about that. Well, API, that's pretty evident. But that's all that this little guy right here is putting out. Of course, wow, what a wick to the upside and downside on AMBC. But as you can see, this one's not really spitting out a whole lot. But we can see the change over here, in the 5-minute period. Yeah, but what's the price on Mulan? Oh yeah, I forget. That's the reverse split one. Um, the only thing I can think of here is that, when I was looking at those other ones, it didn't look like they were at 52-week highs, right? So I think that's what's causing the issue here. That's why we only have a very small amount of alerts, and this is the entire day. It's the 52-week high that's causing the issue. Right, Michael, and that's, when people are looking for stocks that might undergo a good short squeeze, the low floaters, because anytime the volume comes into a low floater, you're going to get an exacerbated move or, a big move, shall we call it. Um, then if you have a low float stock with a highly shorted float, and then you get the shorts to come in and cover along with the organic volume for people just that are buying thinking the price is going to go up, and then you get that short covering volume as well, that can really turbocharge these low floaters. Um, so, I wish I had the alert window to take a look at. Okay, Jay, is DESP a good swing long potential? Well, let's just take a peek here. Here we are looking at the weekly. Looks like based on the weekly, we're in this area of congestion back here. Now, of course, I'm not in this one, and if I was contemplating, um, it would appear to me that since we've closed above this level back here, let me just drop a line there. Okay, look where we put on the brakes today. And of course, you've had some other topping wicks over the past couple of weeks. And now this week we wicked all the way up to that area. Notice where it put on the brakes. It's coinciding with this area of choppy congestion back here, which apparently is acting as supply or resistance for now. Of course, we did have a nice, since, wow, that's December of 22. So since the beginning of this year, which is approximately right here, we have had a nice little run from 820-ish, 830-ish up to, looks like the $13 level. So really nice gains stacked up if from the beginning of the year, but just looks like it's running into some supply up here. Now, ideally, if I was trying to figure out a good long to establish here, I would like to think that perhaps moving forward, we go sideways for a few weeks, right? Let it gather some steam. Maybe it goes and tries to attack that level again. But this would be the area of interest. Stocks at 1280, 1233 is this line here, 1370-ish up here. So, I would say if I were to make an entry here, I would use a stop right outside of that area, this lower band here, um, and hope that we move sideways. So it just looks like DESP might go sideways for a little bit, or at some point, maybe go try to punch through or above these two levels right here. And you got the 10 period catching up fast on the weekly. Of course, that's just my take. I could be wrong, but that's my take on DESP. Okay, so yours is a high of day. Um, I think you might be able, I don't know if you guys can drop links in the chat on YouTube. You can try it out though. Drop it in there and see what happens. Now, if we change this guy, okay, let's do a little experiment real quick here. Keep forgetting that other symbol, MYO. Okay. All we're going to look at is MYO. And then what we're going to do, okay. So MYO currently it's right at the 66.8% of its year range. So we could also say it's in the top 33% of its yearly range. So I just want to verify that if we're using this as the example. Well, we'll just go back to, well, the key metric was 5, so we'll just go back there. And we'll get rid of this 52-week high and just use a new high. Now, once again, we could, if we kind of wanted to use MYO as the example, we could put, hey, it's got to at least be in the 50th percentile of its yearly range. But in the meantime, why don't we just add it as a column, and then we'll just see. Okay. And I like to see the numerical value there, so there we go. Okay. Okay, that looks more like what we were looking for, but let's take a look at the history now. Of course, this one's going to have, okay, there's Mulan right there. You were talking about that one earlier. So yeah, a ton more alerts here. Now the question is, let's just point it to MYO real quick and see if that little guy triggered. Okay. All right. So at 10:54 my time, 11:54 Eastern, MYO. That was the right symbol, yeah? Right. Okay. So Michael, you see here, MYO showed up right there. Mulan showed up. Sezzle, let's see if Sezzle showed up. Don't look like Sezzle's going to show up. More than likely because one of the filters was not met. More than likely, the position, well, no, because I didn't put a minimum in there. Um, but it is identifying a couple of the ones that you sent or that you said. Okay, let me check that link. Yeah, I'm not seeing it in the chat because I'm pretty sure um, the only person that can drop links is me or the administrator. So apologies, but I cannot see a link. Hey Peter, what's up? Yeah, we'll take a look at Nano here. Let's just see if ATXI, if that one made the cut here. Okay, yeah, see ATXI right there. So this one looks like it's doing what you want it to. And it's pretty simple. So there's a lot of room to get in there and tweak it because currently the only filters that we have in play are just the min-max price and that change in 5 minutes, 5% in 5 minutes, and a simple new high alert. So Michael, do you want me to drop this link into the chat for you? Now we could get a little crazy, and if you want to, tap this down to where there's not so many alerts, then you could go in here and, say, okay, don't want the float to be over 50 million, need a 20%, short float. And I think that's the path that you're, looking for. So I'll just drop this one in the chat. And then if you want to get in there and add float maximum and then short float minimum, I think that's going to produce some of the things that you're looking for there, buddy. All right, I just dropped that link into the chat for you. No, like you guys can see the link that I just dropped, but I cannot see a link that you drop, Michael, because it's not allowed for other people to drop links. Yes, Peppy, thank you for affirming. Okay, back to Peter. Thoughts on Nano? Well, I thought that was the symbol. Sure that's the right symbol, Peter? Because I'm not getting anything on NANO. Put a little squeeze a daily in over here. NNE. Thank you, John. Well, my first thought is it's a new issue. Let's see here. Yep, pricing of public offering. Yeah, Circle. I need to do some house cleaning in my cloud as well. All right, so this is apparently a IPO. Interesting, you know, nano nuclear energy. Interesting. But since this is the first day, apparently, this is all we have to work with. And this little green candle over here with the big wick. Let's see, where do we open? Opened at 360. Oh, so it had some nice action today, as we can see. But it opened at 360 and went as high as 627. Now residing at 525. Well, when it comes to things like this where there's very limited data, we can clearly see where things kind of calm down here. All right. As to over that first range after we perked up here. But these are the only candles that we have to work with, 5 minutes, of course. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to anchor that VWAP to this first candle. Well, I thought I was. Or, yeah, there we go. I don't know. Hold on. I don't know what happened there. Okay. Since the VWAPs don't stick around, we'll just come back to it. And my fingers don't want to work here. Okay. We'll try that one more time. Anchor here. Okay, there we go. So I just anchored to the opening candle here. And of course, if I just would have put regular VWAP on there too, it would be showing the same thing because intraday VWAP just anchors to the first candle. So whether it's regular VWAP or anchored to the first candle today, notice the area of interest here, right? Quickly acted as support for a little bit, then got bleedy, then we got resistance, resistance, back through and back. It's just ebbing and flowing through that VWAP area. So, Peter, what's going to happen before the day's out? Don't know. We might be back up here, depending on, are there going to be more buyers and sellers, right? But this area right here is pretty crucial, and it looks like it's hugging it like a glove, right? So let's say I'm like thinking to myself, well, I want to get a piece of this because I think it might be going back up. And, pretty simple here with this VWAP in this tight range here. If I were to go long in NE right now around 524, I'd be risking about, I don't know, 22, 23 cents. If it broke this level right here, you know, over and done. I'm not going to even discuss shorting it because you probably can't even short it right now anyway. And, if you shorted something here, the risk is a lot, that gap there is a lot riskier than taking a long with a short here. Of course, that's not me telling anybody what to do. I'm just telling you the way I'm thinking about it. If I was going to take a shot long on this new issue of NNE, I wonder what the float data is on this one. Yeah, well, it's a toss up right now, Circle. Could be the bird flu, could be the swine flu. Heck, it could be, they could invent a brand new one. Could be the, parakeet flu of 2024. Who knows at this point? 29 million shares outstanding. And I wonder how many are in the float. Let's see here. See if it tells me anything in the news article. Let's see, common stock will price, blah, blah, blah. IPO of up to 3 million shares. That's a 3.0, which isn't surprising. So if this article is correct, IPO of up to 3 million shares of common stock. So that would be definitely considered a micro floater, extremely low float, since we consider typically anything with a float of less than 20 million to be a low floater. Yep. So bottom line is, if you got the IPO shares, you're pretty happy for now, anyway. Yes, 77 disease X. That's the one they keep talking about. So more than likely, that will be the next fun time. The next happy fun time that we get to participate in. 145 market cap. Yeah. So interesting. This one might be, interesting to keep an eye on moving forward. And you know what? When I see something like this, I'm like, I don't want to lose track of this. So what am I going to do? I'm going to right click. I'm going to say send it to this favorites list. That will show up on my favorites list and I won't forget about it. But hey, nuclear energy, hey, everything comes goes in circles, right? Nuclear energy's bad, now it's good. Oil's bad, now it's good. Electric's bad, electric good. It's all dependent on fossil fuels anyway, or what we should just refer to as oil. Okay, did I miss any questions? So Michael, I don't know if you grabbed that link and loaded it up, but it was producing some of the plays you were talking about, and looks like it's continuing to spit things out. Not too fast, but that BKKT right there. This one must have reverse split, didn't it? BKKT had to have, because I don't remember it being at that level. Okay, so interestingly enough, I'm looking at my Dawn of the Dead top 10ers, top 10 list here. Of course, BKKT showing up recently. I hate it when that happens. Where to go? Where did you go? There we go. All right, I got to keep it over here, but I'm just going to check out some of these. Yeah, this VERI, very nice run up. And I remember seeing this one come across. I just lost track of it. But this one opened at 359, not too far above this range where it closed yesterday. And okay, here's the sweet spot on things like this. And this is what, if I can pay attention, how we get overwhelmed sometimes on the open. But this is a really good way to make use of the races, because my races are active right off the bat, right off the open. And you see the winners stacking up on a 1 minute race, right? So after the first 5 minutes, you're going to have 5 things to look at. After the first 10 minutes, 10 things to look at. Of course, some might repeat themselves. But if varies on the radar in the first opening 5 minutes, or more specifically, the opening 1 minute, and you look at something like this and you think to yourself, that's a pretty definable pre-market range. So this thing's obviously in play or wouldn't be winning races this early on. And then you look down and you see big volume on the relative side, big volume on the 5 minute level currently. Make my fonts a little bigger there. And then you're thinking to yourself, okay, as soon as it breaks that pre-market range, I think it might take me a little piece, in which case that would have been about 377, 378. Risk is clearly definable depending on who you are. You might use this level here, candle bodies. right? So you buy some breaking through here. Risk is clearly definable. 364, 377. We'll just round up and call that 15 cents, right? So let's just say we got some at 380 and 454. Man, that's a big percentage move. A fairly risk acceptable trade, only risking 376, a little over a dime there, right? And you get a move of, let's see, 380 to 450, 70 cents, a little over 10 cents to make potential of 70 cents. Even if you made 30 or 40, 50 cents, that's 3-4 R, right? But only if there's a clearly definable pre-market range. As Barry likes to talk about all the time, typically don't do the first 15 minutes, right? Because things are so volatile. But when you have it diced out like this for you, makes it very mechanical. And even though it is that opening 5-10 minute period, it's a very viable trade, which would have been brought to you by watching a list of race winners. There's the Mulan again. Oh, well, guess what? Same old song and dance here. Nice little break right here. Call it the 575 level. Now, this one, a little bit more of a risk, 35 cents or so. But boy, that thing got up and boogied, right? I mean, a little ebb and flow there, but whew, just straight up. And notice, buyers are clearly apparent. Get the 5 minute or the 10 period hugging it like a glove. And as soon as you break that level right there, off to the races. Laser. I mean, it did have a nice lift once the pre-market range was broken, but way too much energy expenditure getting up to that point. Having said that, still worked for a little bit, but just not near as pretty, not near as pristine as say the Very or the Mulan. No pre-market range on Swim. No pre-market range on CRCT. Not really what we're looking for there. And this kind of, works out like this most of the time. Out of 10 stocks, you might have one or two that are beautiful, like this one and the Mulan. All the other ones are just a quick look and go, pass. I don't see the thing that I'm looking for. Okay, back to questions. Yeah, it is a little slower. Okay, Michael, good deal. Yep, Peter, and that kind of jives with the article. It said up to 3 million shares, but to put a finer point on it, 2,562,500 shares. Yep, hopefully, hopefully we'll be popping new all-time highs again because there's nothing like that to pop the market back into a more volatile state. Hopefully, get these choppy days behind us because that makes it more difficult to trade, irregardless of your time frame, whether you're swinging or intraday trading. Okay, Avery, how is ATR formulated and your relative volume? Well, all I can do is point you to the help manual with average true range. So average true range, I'm just going to drop it right into the YouTube for you, Avery. There's the ATR one. And then what was your other one? The relative volume. Okay, and here's the link for relative volume. There you go, Avery. So give those a read, and then if you have, because there are a couple of things that people ask outside the box sometimes. So if what you're after is not in there, of course, I probably wouldn't be able to answer it off the top of my head. But if what you're looking for is not contained in those two definitions, then just pop us an email over to info@trade-ideas.com with the specifics, and we can always dig deeper and maybe find out for you. Can you filter bullish action relative volume? Sure. It just depends on what you call bullish action. Bullish action to somebody might be hitting a daily high, whereas to somebody else it might be hitting a 52-week high, or kind of like what Michael and I were talking about earlier. Some people might think bullish action is running up 5% in a 5-minute time period, or reaching a certain RSI level. So, yeah, we can definitely fold in relative volume to a bullish type scanner, but you have to define what you're calling bullish a little bit in a little bit more detail. Because relative volume, typically, I'm going to put that in every scanner that I build, whether it's bullish, bearish, regardless of time frame, because relative volume lets us know how much that stock is trading if the volume continues to be high for the day. When we're seeing relative volume of 2, well, then it's on pace to finish trading 2x the amount of shares that it does. Thing with the relative volume, though, that you need to keep in mind is it's very slow to change, right? There might be a ton of volume in the opening hour, so relative volume looks really high, but then the volume goes away, stock starts doing average to slightly below volume, maybe it's consolidating or whatever, and then relative volume will slowly come down, but it's a slower metric to change. And that's why we have the change in the smaller time frames. So we can see that volume dwindling, waxing or waning before relative volume changes. For example, here's my index where I have SPY, the Qs, all the big ETFs. And notice I've got 5-minute volume and even 1-minute volume. So if we're looking at the SPY right now, it's just kind of meandering along in this pathetic range. And I can see right now on the 5-minute volume level, 100 is normal volume. So it's only doing approximately 80% of the volume that it typically does in the 5-minute time frame. Whereas I can see relative volume today is well below normal, or what we would call 1. So everything's just kind of sleeping right now. Ooh, as soon as I started saying that, we broke that little range right there. So we might start to see 5-minute volume increase as this move is occurring. Yeah, we just jumped up to 85 from 80. So, typically when there is a move, you're going to see these volume levels start to spike. But relative volume would take a while to catch up. Okay, a stock moving up and more buying at the ask, That's typically what's going to happen anytime any stock's moving up, unless it's a real spready stock. Let's just use, you know, Meta as the example. Starting to curl over with the markets, but Meta's typically got, I don't even know what the spread is in it these days. But any of the highly liquid stocks, like let's pull up, say, Bank of America. I know Bank of America has a 1 penny spread, but that thing's moving around fast, right? But if it was when it was hitting highs earlier in the day, sure, they were hitting the offer, right? So when a stock is hitting highs on the day, unless it's some, you know, thinly traded stock with a huge, ridiculous spread, yeah, it's going to be printing that offer as it goes up. Now, in the older days, it would be you could trade, you'd see trades going off above the offer or below the bid. You don't really see that much these days because of the way the market environment has changed and the smaller spreads. The link of daily reversal scanner on the home page seems to be broken. So is it just not loading up, Jay? Now, back to your point there, Avery. If you were trying to build a bullish intraday scanner, so to speak, you know, obviously the go-to for a lot of people on the alert would be, you know, new high. And notice this filter here, unusual number of prints. That might be something that you would be interested in because that means there's a lot more prints at that offer going on than are typically considered normal. Um, and I think we even have this active in one of these. Yeah, strong volume and unusual number of prints, massive momentum. I mean, this kind of sounds like what you're looking for, Avery. And by the way, you can easily access this massive momentum scanner by going to the Explosive Winners channel, right? So just so I don't screw things up here, let me spawn another container here. So that's the one I'd recommend that you try out. So I just pulled up a new dock channel bar and I just go to Explosive Winners. And this is the one that you might want to watch. Well, I think that's a different one. Yeah, okay, so this is a modified one. So what I'm going to do here, massive momentum, looking only at the unusual number of prints at that offer and strong volume. So I'm going to drop this one in the YouTube chat for you, Avery, and then you can watch this one and then modify it to your liking if you want to change something. Massive momentum. And here's the cloud link for that one. So Avery, check that one out, and that might give you what you're looking for there. Ah, thank you, Pepe. So there's an extra character in there. Appreciate that. Okay, time check. Okay, 40 minutes or 45, 50 minutes have evaporated already because we're having so much fun here. Yeah, sure, Avery. Okay, so notice, and what I'm going to do is that link I dropped into the chat for you. When you click on it, you're going to notice it takes you here. Okay. And then it shows you exactly how to load that cloud link. But I'll demonstrate it like this. So what you do, this is the cloud link up here in the URL. So we're going to highlight it, right click and copy. Okay. Once we copy that link from your TI toolbar, you're going to say File, Load from Cloud, and notice how it, as long as we've copied that link, it automatically pastes it in there for you. And at that point in time, all you got to do is hit Load. Ah, you know what? I did the whole layout, but that's okay because there's the one that you want right there. Now, if you want this um, this particular window, I could always right click because this is a containerized version, right? So if I just want to send the cloud link for this window, I would duplicate it into a free floating window. Well, and then grab the cloud link from here. Okay. So since that's what I originally intended to do, I will do that now. So the first one was the entire container. And now this is just the massive momentum alert window. Sorry about that. I forget sometimes. So if you cloud link anything in here, it's going to give you the whole container. If you want to extract the one window, you just, yeah, make sure that that's behind here. Okay, there we go. So Avery, let me know if you're able to load the cloud link. Should work for you. Should be easy peasy. In the meantime, we had a gazillion stocks reporting between yesterday and today. I think in my list today, between stocks that reported yesterday and that report today, pre and post market, about 135 companies. But of course, that's not all of them. I think I had pretty low maximum prices on my. But let's just take a peek here. Okay, this guy reported market no likey, apparently, down pretty significantly. CSTE down about 8%. Okay, ALIT down 16, CSTE down 8, down 1. Ooh, we got an upper here. RCM actually up. Wolverine. So we are seeing some up movers, but it seems like most of the smaller cap stocks that I like to see are coming in not so good. A lot more red than green I'm seeing here. Could that be a harbinger of things to come? Don't know. SPY doesn't say so. Of course, the weighting in the SPY is so ridiculous on what, 7 companies. Is it really? It's probably less meaningful than the Dow at this point. I don't know if any of you saw the Michael Saylor thing that he put out. I don't know, last week about how all the weight's being carried by, I think it's anywhere between 6 and 8 companies in the S&P 500. All the other ones are just hanging along for the ride. Everybody laughs at the Dow, 30 stocks, but it seems the S&P is really the S&P 500 masquerading as the S&P 500, but it's really only 7 stocks or so that are pulling it along. All right, Avery, did you get the cloud link to work? Yeah, I saw Tiva getting that lift earlier, and it calmed down a bit, only producing about another 20 cents or so since it flattened out here. And what about the stocks that had earnings yesterday? Let's see. Some of the higher volume ones today. Dredge and Dock Corporation. Sounds exciting. Not a bad little chart for GCMG. Looks a little thin for my liking, but hey, an up move is an up move. Hi, Shika. How do you find the company list that are reporting earnings and keep them in a fave list to track price movement? Okay, good question. Well, we've got our earnings filter, right? So, you can create one that combines it all. Personally, I like to keep them just separate. That's the way I like to do it. So you can see right here, earnings today. And the 0.25 means they're going to report today pre-market. So all these guys have already reported. The cat's out of the bag. But for earnings reporting today, these are all just pre-market, right? Now, if I want to see pre and post, I would put 0.75 over here. All right, and then I could sort. Okay, all these guys should be reporting earnings today after the close, right? These guys reporting today pre-market. The 0.75s are going to be reporting at the close or sometime after the close. So this is a great way to do it. I'll gladly drop the cloud link into the YouTube chat. All right, so earnings today top list is now in the chat. So feel free to grab that. Give me 1 second here, guys. All righty. So Shika, just grab that cloud link, and there you will have the list for earnings today. Pre and post. Once again, pre 0.25, post metric is 0.75. Yes, that's what I do, Shika. Of course, it depends on, some people like to see earnings from 3 days ago. It just depends. But, typically what I've noticed, and, Barry was one of the people to point this out to me because I was just watching earnings today. But a lot of the times earnings yesterday, they're still going to be in play the following day. So it's just whichever way you would like to slice and dice it. Now, what I do, say before the market opened today, this is a pretty good list, right? And keep in mind, there's a lot more companies reporting today, but I've got a $15 cap on mine. You remove that cap, you're going to get a lot more. So before the market opens, you can see all the stocks reporting. And I just start at the top of the list. I click, I drag and highlight all these symbols. Then I just give it the old Control C, and then I'll post that into a list that I have, and then I'll point several alert windows to this specific list. So I know that anything hitting a high or low coming out of that specific alert window is an earnings play. But that's the easiest way. Well, I can't say it's the easiest way. It's what I think is the easiest way to maintain and keep on top of those stocks that are reporting today. So you got the list, and then you've got the alert windows alerting you for whatever it is you're looking for. Could be new high, new low, running up, running down, unusual number of prints, just anything to get your attention to go, hey, what's the chart look like? And if the chart coincides with what you're seeing, you know, on the alert windows, big volume, whatnot, chart lines up, risk is acceptable, then we can just push the buttons. Did I hear a click, click, Barry? I guess that was not Mr. Barry. And you're welcome, Shika. All right, think we're all caught up on the questions there, but if you do have one, get it on out there. And let's just take a look. Notice the your scanner is pretty active today, Pepe. The 10-day break with the options. The laser with the stretched out pre-market. Z on the downside. Tossed. Ooh, that one came out right at the top. I think I saw Brian Shannon talking about this on Twitter. That tossed is at a key anchored VWAP level. I think for the year, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure the symbol he was talking about was TOST. Sativa, nice continuation. After throwing a few elbows. Of course, this thing does light up a lot more during earnings season. Okay, let's just check in on one of the, too lazy to pull up Bitcoin itself. We'll just look at the IBIT and down a little bit, which if I had to use my crystal ball and not even look at the Bitcoin quote, I would guess low 60s somewhere. Let's see here. Yep, 62.3. I was going to say slightly below 63, a little more than slight. Avery, to your question, how do you filter for quality without filtering out potential? Okay, when you say the word quality, that makes me think of this column, which you may or may not be referring to. So if I just went into configure there on the alert window and I come over here to columns, notice we do have a column called quality. Now if I push it over here and then display it, let's see, it must be smashed up over here. Okay, well, thank you. Okay, so notice it's going to report the quality of the alert. Now, this quality metric is going to be specific to the alert generating the signal. In this case, it was the high volume, right? strong volume, and then we have unusual number of prints. So the quality column is going to show you the exact value. So we have a minimum on the strong volume of a ratio of 3, roughly 3 times greater than normal. And then the quality column is going to show us, okay, yes, that 3 was met for INOD, but not only was the 3 met, it was at 34. Whereas DZSI, 3 minimum, was only doing a 4 spot, but it did take a nice little pop up there, right? So that's the quality column. But, if your question was not pertaining to the quality column and was just like, well, how do I filter out the garbage and get more higher quality, right? Well, typically the go-tos are some type of volume filter, whether that be relative volume of 2 or better, um, or, some of the other volume metrics that we have, right? But the idea is to create quality-oriented data streams, in your alert windows that are spitting out enough symbols to keep you busy and finding good things, but at the same time not overloading you by having too many signals coming at you that you can't even, they're moving too fast. You don't have time to look at them all. Now, Avery, I don't know if you're a premium subscriber, but if you are, a great way to try to create quality alert windows is, using our resident backtester, right? So if you do have a premium sub, then you have access to the backtester, and that's pretty much what the backtester was designed for, right? Once we put an alert and filter set together, then we can, run the back test and go, okay, well, this thing's active, but if I just bought and hold everything for 30 minutes, would I be succeeding on average? And most of the time when we run a scan, the answer is no. But that's what the backtester is for, is to try to reduce the number of trades while at the same time increasing the output of the scan. Ah, yes, and there's a lot of different ways to define quality, Avery. From my viewpoints and perspective, most of the time, and this is just my humble opinion, when a stock is actively trading on an intraday time frame, I think fundamentals of that company have very little to do with it. Now, you know, brings up an interesting point because you got, technical people that focus on the charts and they don't give a flip about fundamentals. And then you have, people that only focus on fundamentals and try to make good long-term entries. But of course, they're still going to be relegated to, you know, using those charts to make what they think is an ideal entry, right? Uh, you know, Entry and exit are everything. But as far as fundamentals go, you got your fundamentalist and you have your technical people, and then some people create hybrids, which kind of seems like the more logical way to do it. That is a very good comment, Trader. Quality sounds like composite ratio and strength. So, Avery, to your point, the strength plays, right? Uh, uh, if I go to swing picks, or oops, give me a second here. Okay, so the filter that I wanted to speak about, and thank you, 77, for bringing that up. Andy Lindelof and Michael Noss collaborated quite some time ago to create this filter right here, okay? Stock composite rating. So what I'm going to do is click on the help button, and this folds in fundamentals with technical things. Okay, it's that exact thing that I was talking about the hybrid, right? So you might want to check out this filter, and the higher the score, the better. And Steve Gomez came up with a great scan for this a long time ago. And I think I still have it in my cloud. Now, whether it's real active or not anymore is another question, but let me find it here.
Jamie, can you hear me?
Hi, Barry. I just looked
Oh,
at
you do?
the
Okay.
thing, and
Okay.
now I can.
Now
Now
you
I
can.
can.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right. Yeah, I had to do a complete reboot of my computer, and it's always tricky sometimes when I try to come back into YouTube. So it might have been on my end, but I've taken over. I just wanted I have taken over the screen too. I didn't
Okay,
mean to
perfect,
preempt
perfect.
you or anything, but I wanted to
Oh,
make
no
sure I
worries.
could get going.
So
Thanks so
before I
much,
take
Jamie, for
before I take off, I'm going to drop this cloud link into the chat for Avery. They were asking about fundamentals and trading,
right.
right? Well, our composite rating filter that Andy and Michael came up
Michael.
with a long time ago
Hmm.
does exactly that, right? So let me just drop this A-table scan in the chat, and then I will leave you to it, sir.
All right, Jamie. Thanks. I'm sorry we couldn't have had our little 2-minute talk, but next week.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay, well then I will
Thanks,
leave you
Jamie.
to it. Thanks,
Okay.
everybody. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
Okay. Bye-bye. All right, guys. I think I'm back in both rooms now. So what time is it right now? Yeah, 1:03. So I'm back in both rooms now. And I had to do a reboot. So I've lost all my previous all my previous alerts. So I am noticing the NNE probably is not going to do what I wanted it to do, which was take out the high of yesterday. I'm sorry, this morning. But I will keep that price alert in here because it may do it tomorrow. Yeah, I would just Avery, I saw your question in there when you're talking about quality, and yeah, I heard Jamie's explanation, starting off with using our quality column, and then immediately I was, but you guys couldn't hear me. I was thinking, well, maybe you're talking about the composite, which yeah, I think Jamie explained it. Basically, it looks at the fundamentals and technicals. That's what they did. Strong fundamentals, strong technicals. But as Jamie was saying, who cares about that if you're intraday trading? All right, let me see. Just looking to see what's happening here. If there's anything that's showing up that was new, the CRCT. My guess is that we had a great alert from it. Oh, maybe not. Okay, CRCT. I remember seeing this in the 10-day daily breakout, but I don't think it's really moved that much. And I'm looking at Reddit. Reddit is still hanging around the 50 level. Yeah, what is the market doing? Okay, so here is our market. So we had that big move down for 3 hours. Then we had from, let's see, 9:30 to 11, about an hour and a half, almost straight up. And now we've just been, chopping around for a while. Now at 1 o'clock, okay, that bond or the note auction, the 10-year note auction, that happened at 1 o'clock. Doesn't look like it really affected too much. And that's, I think that is, actually, I'm wrong. I think there is somebody else talking, excuse me, a little bit later. At, 1:30, there is some guy named Cook, from President Cook, one of the Fed presidents. He's talking at 1:30. So we could get, a little action around 1:30 on the SPY. Okay, now I'm just going to check some of the, again, because I had to do a reboot, some of these alerts that I'm getting, they may be quite late. They're real-time alerts, but they may have been alerted earlier, is what I'm trying to say. Let's take a look at SHLS. Earnings play, and this is an all-time low. Wow, okay. I did not see this one earlier. See, SHLS, this is an all-time low now. Earnings play. All right, let's take a look at Shopify. I think Shopify probably has settled down. Yeah, Shopify has kind of settled down. Is there's that 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart, just hanging underneath it. Okay, now I know this RPD showed up on the 10-day daily breakdown. I think it also showed up on the combo scanner. Just not sure when. I think might have shown up around right. Well, I'll tell you where it could have shown up. Probably right around here. I see it had a little pull up and now a move down again. And this is certainly at the lower end of its lifetime range. This is RPD. All right, Arco. Let's take a look at Arco. This is an earnings play, another earnings play. Yeah, I just don't see enough room. I mean, I wish there were a free shot up to the 570 mark instead of all this here. So I just don't like it enough to try to commit to it. MULN at the VWAP. So that must mean it has pulled back. I'm afraid to look at where it got to. Okay, not as far as I thought. So it did take out that high of a few days ago, 746, got up to 790, 780, pulled back, and as you said, to the VWAP, 708. So it's right at the VWAP. So big level right here, guys. You can see MULN. It's right at the VWAP, 708. Also, the 10-day, that 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart is just looming above it. I am going to stick an alert around 724. That'll let me know, number one, it'll obviously be above the VWAP, and also to see if it gets above or close to that 10 SMA. Okay, and then maybe if it takes that out, it might have another run. it would still have room from there, 723 up to 785. And on the weekly chart, we still have that 9 level. So, this has got some potential, MULN. Okay, give me a moment here. So, me a moment, guys. We have a promo code on now. I want to see if it's taken effect yet. So this has been a pretty good one from our AI guys. This KD 2450, sorry, on the alert, 2450 on the alert, 2566 now. Obviously, another earnings play. Now, guys, if you're getting tired of me saying earnings play over and over and over again, don't worry. You won't feel this way next week. Next week, we're down to a couple of hundred companies. This week, we're about at 1,200. So there's going to be a big drop in earnings plays next week, and we will tail off from there. Pepe, you got to answer me a tech question. I just don't get it. Your daily reversal scan on my homepage has an extra H at the beginning. Okay, I haven't looked at that for a long time. Thank you for pointing that out. Let me, I'll have to get, I want to ask you a question. You probably can't answer it because I think it's one of those things. You can probably, okay, I'm just talking to Pepe and I'll make it super brief. You probably can't hear my computer at all, right? And that's because it is whispering at me like it should. And yet this morning it was quite noisy, not the not the jet engine noisy, but just a constant drone. I did the and that was right from the beginning. I did a reboot, and now I don't hear a thing. Why? And I did a reboot at the beginning of the day. Like before I started, I completely rebooted, and but this reboot, I hardly hear anything, which is fabulous. Why? Everything is the same. Now, let me take a look at that daily reversals, though. How would you even know that anyway? Because I haven't looked at that for so long. Yeah, you're right. Well, I know you're right, but yeah, I can't even open it. Oh, and I see why. Yeah, I see exactly why. Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to have to talk to the guy who looks after my homepage. All right. Thank you, Pepe, for pointing that out. JMac, I do understand that. I do understand that. The reason though, but why? And I do get rid of most. Ah, okay, here's the Mullen guys now. Okay, MULN, MULN. This could get going now. Now the 10 SMA is rising. Okay. My question though more is that okay, I rebooted, this morning I started completely from scratch, and it was very noisy. I I shut down my computer again, and now reloaded. Everything is exactly the same. Any programs that are loading, and yet there's nothing right now. You guys can't hear anything. It's the inconsistency. Yes, exactly. Yes, that word. Um, Muln. Yeah. So Muln, MULN. I mean, it looks like it wants to, but you see, that is a rising 10 SMA, a rising 10 SMA. Can we start over again when you get a chance and things calm down? What do we have to start over again, Michael? Oh, you're in. Oh, okay, Michael Storm. So you're in this room now. Okay. What do you have to? But I thought we went over it. How to edit? You're just looking to edit it, right? So again, let me try to understand. Are you just trying to change this name here, the strategy name? Is that all you want to do? This is a massive. Okay, but again, the squeeze thing, I have no idea. Okay, I have no idea where you got it from. Did you ask Jamie? Did you ask Jamie if it was his? Okay, you're trying to find it. Okay, but again, did you send an email? I mean, if somebody else created it way out there in the ether, I mean, there's no way I can find it or anybody at Trade Ideas. Okay, but did you send an email to info at trade-ideas.com and trying to and ask if somebody has that? Well, I don't have it, Mike. I mean, as I'm trying to say, I don't have a squeeze alert scan. Okay, I mean, I've never used. It's simple enough to do, though. I mean, a squeeze alert. I mean, what's your definition of a squeeze? Like, what percentage? What minimum percent do you want? I mean, that's all. If anybody ever created it, then more than likely they probably put a minimum of 15% as a short float percent. But again, I don't personally have it, and so that's why I said if you send an email. Okay, yeah. So I don't have it. So just send an email. I think Steve has something like that, a squeeze alert. I think he might, but just send an email, okay? And there's and Andy. Andy might have some squeeze alerts. Yeah, I don't. You know what I'll do for you, just for you, okay? Okay, so I've asked Andy and Steve. I seem to remember maybe they're talking about it. Okay. And maybe one of those guys have got it. Yeah, but that's in the his Market Explorer. Thanks, Perfect Circle. Yeah, we already talked about that, and it's a daily. It's in his Market Explorer. Yeah, but he's looking for something else. So I've just posed the question for you. Okay, and let's see if anybody answers. No, okay. So Andy is giving me this, and you can take a look at. It's called Squeeze Me. Okay, this is one called Squeeze Me. Okay. Now the one that you were specifically talking about, up 8% or 5% or whatever, I don't know. But that's one that Andy's got. Okay. And you can always take it and you can just adjust it too. And I'm waiting to see if Steve has one. Okay, Steve is giving me one now. You can take a look at this one. Let's see what he calls it. He calls it short squeeze potential. Okay. Okay, short. So the first one, whoops, the first right here. This is called short squeeze potential. Okay, guys, let's see if anything's creeping up in here. How did that MXCT end up doing? Ooh, there are shorts available, a ton of shorts available to short on this one. Interesting. It is now below the SMA. Okay, it's below that SMA. And look at it's got some room, obviously, from, I'm not saying it's going to get down to here, but let's see what happens here. Where's the VWAP? The VWAP is at, so the 200-day moving average is at 412. That is far enough away. The VWAP is at 490. So it's underneath the VWAP. It's underneath that 10 SMA. All right, let's see if this one has any legs down here. Now, the only problem is potentially that bottoming tail. Well, the sellers had it down here. Buyers are trying to close it here. What time is it now? 1:28. So this has another minute or so before this candle closes. About a minute right now. Okay, guys, I am looking to short this one, this MXCT. I don't know how dynamic it's going to be. I mean, it's 2 million share, 2.3 million shares. What is the float? I'm going to have to load another one. So the float is 97 million. So it's not a high, it's not a low float, which is okay. I don't want it to be too low. So it can have some really wild gyrations. I'd rather see a nice steady drop. All right, guys. So yeah, Pepe. So that daily reversal has now been updated. Oops. Okay, but this is what I'm getting now. Yeah, sometimes when he does that, I have, somebody at Trade Ideas, they look after my homepage, and when that happens, so it might be a cached version or something. Let me just hmm. Tiva, guys, Tiva's had a nice, I think it's had a great earnings, pretty steadily up, pretty steadily up. Little, look, the trend, it's hugged that TSMA, 10 SMA. I think one was called Squeeze Me, and the other one was called something else. Perfect Circle. Okay, so listen, just info at trade-ideas.com. Those are what they've got. Maybe somebody's got something else. Okay. Okay. Okay, give me a moment. I have to show Rudy that I'm not able to click on my scans. Just give me a moment. Love computers, hate computers. All right, guys. So I forgot. I am actually in this MXCT. Okay, I am actually in it on a short. Just want to see if this has any basis. Being below the that VWAP and the 10 SMA, and see if this has any basis. If it gets back up here, I'm out. It's really that simple. Pretty simple to know where you're going to put a stop. I'm in at 480. What am I in at? 483 on the short. And this is more just, like a trial balloon, if you will. All right, so now let me take a look at that. Now I've got this fixed. Click here. So now daily reversals, open the scan. Here we go. Wonder what it looks like. I'll, let's see, I'll load this one and see what it looks like. I will. So daily reversals. So what, I can't even remember. Oh, well, obviously I can take a look and see what it's looking for. Daily reversal, MYO. Let's see if I can figure this out without looking at the. Oh, that's right. Up big yesterday, but down big today. Down big yesterday, but up big today. Okay. So up big yesterday, down big today. That makes sense. Big, pretty, has to be a certain percentage drop. And then Mayo. Yeah, this doesn't look that great, but it's down big yesterday, up big today. Some of them are going to look dramatic. Yeah, snooze alert for me, this MXCT. It may not, but what I like about it is the concept of pretty simple to know where to put a stop. And if it doesn't work, it's usually it's a pretty tight stop. I have to admit though, I'd much rather play bounces than toppers. You know, here's the KD guys. I'm just mentioned this one. This is a nice one from our. This is well the nicest one from our AI today. Mentioned this one right about here, so it's tacked on about 30 cents, and that's the KD. The alert was at 24.50. So that's great, actually. $1.50 move. That's great. Earnings play. And probably, yeah, I mean, let's take a look at a monthly chart. Where could this go? If you took that one from the AI, man, I mean, here we go. So this is back in November of 2021. So not quite 4 years ago, but there's the high. That's the all-time high for KD. Looks like it started trading as KD then. Pepe, what do you think about docking? I've always thought maybe docking is ever since we started introducing docking, that seemed to be when our system started to slow down. I'm thinking of making a layout, an undock layout of everything, just to see, because it can't hurt. I'll do that after hours. Nah, not. Hey, you told me you had me on mute. No, I'm actually have a hangnail that I'm getting rid of. You said yesterday that you had me on mute, Tiki. But notice I'm not using HTML anymore. Nothing. But you know, I'm not. I refuse to now. Ah, you smart man. Yes, yes, you're right. The tree map uses that component. You're right. Oh, I don't take any offense at all. All right, guys, SATL, SATL. Ugh, how ugly is this on a 5 minute, on a 15-minute chart? So I'm very, very good, Jay. Thanks, guys. I mean, JMac, I have the absolute minimum number of open pages on my web browser. The absolute minimum. Okay. You know, for instance, here, this is okay, you know, nothing's there. And this is it. This is it. StreamYard and streaming YouTube. That's it. I have nothing else open on my web browsers. Okay, I'm really intrigued to see if this MX. But thank you for all the suggestions and the help. I do appreciate it. So interesting you said that. So if I did this, if this is just the old grid. Ah, look at MX. Well, that's not true. Chris has a problem all the time too, Pepe, and he's got a new computer. Yeah. Plus, no, he just doesn't complain about it. I see all the complaints. Plus, you know, remember now, I'm the only one that is doing all this streaming, the two platforms. So at 1:30, so the guy Cook, Mr. President Cook of the Fed, of the he talked at 1:30. I don't know if he's still talking, but this is 1:30 right there. So maybe what he said was you know, the markets reacted a little favorably. It's all about interest rates. I've seen this DZSI. It's been showing up. Yeah, wow. I can't remember what this one was all about. When it went crazy back here. You really are bored, Tiki. All right, guys, I'm not seeing too much right now. I'm still in this MXCT short. But I never stop. Oh, you mean when I shut everything down? I no, trade ideas still is an issue. If I shut down trade ideas, nothing. Okay, William. Thank you. Getting rid of TI is right. No. How heresy. All right, guys. MXCT giving me a little bit. I wonder if I should do 2 reboots at the beginning. If that, sorry guys, I know I'm sort of hijacking this. Because right now, I mean, God, if it was like this every day, I'd be. Look at this, guys. Okay, come on. Now the next level is 473. Next level down here, 464. Now, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to start up Sirius. I want to see if, just for fun, to see if that has any effect. I know I'm going to blow it here, but I can always shut it down. Actually, no. I'm going to do. I know I know it's going a little crazy. I just want to see if that's just on loading. I've got Pandora. I've got Pandora loaded. Oh, guys, you know what? This is awesome. I'm not kidding. This is awesome. MXCT. It doesn't seem to be causing any Chrome damage. Having Pandora loaded, not like Sirius. Ah, ha. AMC announces earnings. Okay, let's take a look at AMC. Are they? I know it's hanging around 3. Wow, how ugly is this? And so, how soon after that will they announce another $250 million financing? Or 250 million share. I guess it was $250 million. Ooh. Well, there's a Amber Alert on my phone, guys. No, this was, you guys get the same thing, and this is a Canadian Amber Alert. I don't know if you heard that on my phone. I don't know if it was North America wise. Yeah, I mean, it would make sense. So you're not getting the Canadian Amber Alerts, but I wasn't sure if it was sort of more of a North American thing because it's a test. I think this was a test, not a. Yeah, this was just a test. Guys, KD. I mean, this has some potential still, guys. Later on. The Pacific Southwest. All right, guys. I am now. I mean, this KD actually has some legs. I think. What did I do? I think we look back in. Well, this is the monthly chart, so we had to go back. We had to go back to June of 2022. Oh, that we had to go back further. I guess not. June of 2022. This is when it started trading as KD. Must have been an IPO, I guess. And so that's 2 years ago, approximately 2 years ago, highs. Oh, I know this lit happened a lot earlier. It is now making another new low. I know this came from the combo scan a lot earlier. Look at the market now. Look at the market now. I got to watch now that MXCT, make sure it doesn't move. It looks like it's moving pretty much with the market, so I may get out of it. Yeah, took myself out of it, guys. So made a little. I mean, 483 on the short, out at 474. So, what sort of earnings plays this afternoon after hours today, William? Anything that could be interesting? Other than AMC. ARM. Yeah, ARM. I haven't looked at ARM for a long time. So let's one of the very successful IPO until these months, but I mean, man, oh man, I mean, I got up to 164, pulled back, ahead of earnings. Yeah, the trend is up. Doesn't mean anything. Doesn't mean that, well, definitely going to have a great reaction to earnings. Hood, boy, ugly looking daily chart. And Airbnb, okay. Another massively ugly looking daily chart. Look at this, just ugly. Up, down, topping tails, bottoming tails. Yeah, let's see if you get an answer. Now, understand, Mike, no, that looked like something from you know who, that multi-strategy window. So might have been something outside of trade ideas created. So what was the name of it again? What was the name of it again? Just tell me. Squeeze, but 8% move, and you know what? Because I might be able to just give you a reasonable facsimile of it, like create it from scratch. So if you can, yeah, I know squeeze alert, but what were the parameters? Okay, you know what? Let's just start. I'll start a new alert window. Okay, new alert window. I mean, it's not honestly, it's not brain surgery, rocket science. Start from scratch, load the settings, summary, nothing's in here. Okay. So we'll call this a squeeze alert. Okay. Now let's start off with some filters. Let's put a price range, and again, you obviously know how to adjust all this. I'll put 1 to 100. Okay. Let's put a minimum volume of, just give me a moment. Stop it. Not interested. Volume today, let's put a minimum of, I don't know. Okay, up 5% in 5 minutes. Okay, well, the up 5% in 5 minutes is really simple. But let's put a minimum volume too, okay? I mean, again, you can adjust all this. 300, I'll go 300K, okay? 300,000 shares. I always think it's good to have a minimum relative volume, 2. Let's go 2. Now, here's float. Okay. Typically, a squeeze will have a fairly high short float. Let's start off with 15%. Okay. So here's what we've building so far. 1 in 100. Current volume is 2. Relative volume is 2. 2 times normal trading. 300,000 minimum. 15% short float. Okay. Now, up 5% in 5 minutes. No problem. Now, the issue is you're going to need a trigger. Oops. Because this is a filter. So the change in 5 minutes, okay? Add the filter, okay? Add the filter. So you want it to be a minimum of 5%. Okay? Up 5% in 5 minutes. So there it is. It's going to be a minimum of 5%. So now we're building it. Now you need a trigger. So you might want maybe a new 5-minute high. Okay, so we just say a new 5-minute high. Okay. Oops. And that can get you going. So we add the alert, a new 5-minute high. You can even say a new high, but you might, try a 5-minute high. Okay. And now there it is. I mean, so now you can play around with it. You can play around with the price range you want. You can play around with the volume you want. If you're getting too many alerts, you might, the short float is at least 15%. If you're getting too many alerts, up it to 20. This will all be now trial and error. Okay. And then for the 10%, or sorry, what was the other one? Up 10% in 10 minutes. Well, we've got, we do have up the most, or at least 10%. We have the 10-minute one. Just do a search on 10-minute. Okay. The change in 10 minutes %. And you can put whatever that number was. Okay. 10% in 10 minutes. But this will get you going. So this will get you going, and I'll give this to you, and you can play around with it. Okay. So you look at Viri. Short float is 15.74%. As an example. But I'll give this to you, and again, I'll unpin it. And then you can start to see what sort of alerts you get from it. How about a spot to get into Lazar pullback? Okay, Papa J. So let's take a look at LAZR. So it's the same thing though. I mean, okay, so if you load LA, the VWAP's at 205, okay? So, if you have the I mean, you should have some way of establishing where the VWAP is, in my opinion, if you're going to play a pullback. So that's why I have my single stock window, so I can take a look. It's 205, so you can see it's right on it, right? The issue could be though, is that if you are a follower, if you think you want to become a bit of a follower to this 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart, that orange line, we're trapped in between the VWAP and that 10 SMA. So, this might be a little bit iffy, if that makes sense. And also, even if it took this out, okay, even if it took this out, got up to that, right now. Remember now, though, this is a descending line. So even if it took this out, though, now you have to start thinking, well, where could it go? If it is going to, if I took it in this area, where could it go? See, to me, it doesn't look like it's got enough room to really, really run. For me, I'd rather see a lot more space. Maybe if up to 240 or something, because if you took it at 215 and it's going to stop right around here, that's not, to me, that's not a big that's not a big deal. It is an earnings play, and the relative volume is great, 10.6. The other thing is the float is large. Now, the only problem with a large float is that you need a lot of volume to come in to move it. So unless and you see how the volume has been tapering off. So to me, this is all I would do. I would probably put a price alert around 215. And who knows, maybe all of a sudden there's a huge amount of volume comes in and maybe it just screams right through all this. But I put a price alert there and then just sort of forget about it. And that's kind of the exercise I would do. I mean, I would, as you're clicking on alerts, checking where the VWAP is. Meanwhile, guys, I know I just made a new high here. Boy, it's been choppy though. I mean, up, down, topping tails, bottoming tails. Now, the trend has been great. From here, the trend has been really nice. I'm on mute. I am on mute. I don't know why I'm on mute, but I am on mute. Yeah, so guys, just to let you know why our poor dog crashed into a table on Saturday, and so we are experiencing some issues. So that's why I've been late. I had to give her some medicine early. I had to take her to the vet this afternoon. Hopefully, she's going to be okay. So I am a little bit distracted. Yeah. Okay, guys. So yeah, it's anybody with a pet knows the issues. They are truly a family. And anyway, I don't want to dwell on it, but that's my explanation why I've been very distracted this week and showing up a little bit later, and quite frankly, not really with it. All right, guys, Reddit, RDDT. Guys, Reddit is on the move here, guys. I mean, Reddit is on the move. RDDT is on the move. This actually looks interesting if it can take out maybe 5250. It's an amazing thing, our cat just sat beside her forever, and she never does that. But animals have that instinct. Cracks me up every time. Up, down, up, down. Yeah, I mean, keep an eye on this Reddit. I mean, if it gets really rocking here, 5250 might be a. I mean, I wish I'd seen it a little bit earlier. I do like the bounces better than the toppers, I have to admit. Especially, well, I shouldn't say it. You know why? I mean, the market is helping. There's no question the market helps. Obviously, bouncers when it's doing something like this. If the market was, red bar after red bar after red bar down, obviously toppers would be probably a better way to look at it. But yeah. Absolutely, Shaw. Well, they're helpless, without you. So, anyway, CDLX guys, let's take a look at CDLX. You see, I wish I'd seen that just a little bit earlier, but I'm really warming up. I know I'm saying this a lot now, but I am kind of warming up to this 10 SMA that Steve basically nagged it at me for years. You should be using the 10 SMA. and seeing how it holds. And there's the VWAP. It's amazing how the 10 SMA and the VWAP are very, very close in most cases that I've seen. It might be just a coincidence. Well, I didn't even know. Pepe had to remind me, how to change the names if you want. Just go into the configure, and then you can change the names right there. You see, the thing about what I do at Trade Ideas is I've had these scans for years and years and years and years, and I've almost forgotten how I even created them in the first place. And so a lot of things like that, how would I edit a name within a multi-strategy window, really doesn't come up for me personally. And I just don't do it. So I'm glad now I know. Payo. I'm really interested in Reddit here, guys. I mean, if Reddit can get going, over 50. Just looking at this high right over here, 52.40. It's still up for the day, I believe. Yeah, it's still up 5% for the day. I mean, it's way down from the highs in the pre-market. Not way down, but it's $5 down. Interesting. So Sean, our YouTube room is saying, not a coincidence. He plays with the VWAP and the 10 SMA a lot. His A+ setup, but I see that more with large cap stocks. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, well, let's take a look here. Here, obviously, is not a large cap stock. REBN, just for fun. There is the 10 SMA at 327, and the VWAP's at 3. So that's that is a significant difference for a $3 stock, 20-cent difference. UMA. Boy, I used to see this one every now and then. UMA. This is an earnings play, I guess. No, it's not an earnings play. But not enough room. Mike Storm, as long as it's working for you, that's the bottom line. Okay, guys, 224. So one last look at my homepage. Now, I know there's going to be there is a 25% promo code for Mother's Day. I'd rather it be my Barry 25, but I don't think that's active yet. It will be. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you the promo code that I know is active right now. Okay, so there's the promo code you can use. Okay, thanks, Mom 25. You'll get 25% off. But all I would ask is that you go to my homepage to do it. Okay, because that's kind of a generic code as opposed to Barry 25, which is my code, but it is not active yet. So at least it wasn't when I tried about 10 minutes ago. So if you click on Barry or my homepage, other information too we're going to go over, but if you click on my homepage and obviously use when you want to take out a subscription right now, you can get 25% off using thanks mom 25. Okay, so just obviously don't use Barry 15, use thanks mom 25, and you pick whatever subscription you want. Okay, and again, 25% off the first month only or the entire year. If you take out a subscription, you must do the Get Started Trading 101, a series of videos for you if you're brand new to trading, all free. And as always, if at some point in time, whether it's this code, which is, I should have a Barry 25 tomorrow, but whatever code you do see here, if you use it, it really helps the room. The room will get credit for the subscription, and that really helps to keep the room free. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. If you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section is here. And click here. These are the current scans that I'm sharing. And thank you to Pepe. I guess we had an error in the daily reversals. We couldn't open the link, but can open it now. Okay, so all that is fixed. But here are all the scans that I'm currently sharing. I would have the 10-day daily breakouts and down, especially this week. What are we now? Today's Wednesday, right? So Thursday and Friday, we'll still have a lot of earnings plays. Next week, not as many. So you're going to get, and why do you get a lot of 10-day daily breakouts and breakdowns during earnings season? Well, when a stock releases earnings, be it good or bad, a lot of times, if you go back over the last 10 days, it'll break above the high of that if the earnings are perceived as good. Or, look at Reddit. Here we go. There's Reddit right there. Here's the last 10 days. And look at this, popped above the high, whatever the high was over the last 10 days, it's above it. So that's why that would have shown up. Well, make sure. Yeah, maybe not. The relative volume is not, it probably did not show up in the 10-day daily breakout because the relative volume was too low. Has to be at least 8 to make it into this scan here. Doesn't mean it's not good to trade, okay? But, if you're looking at, so Reddit would have shown up here, of course, earlier, because now it's only up 6%, and the bottom one here is only up 20%. I only want to have 20 showing, otherwise it gets overwhelming. So that's why I only want to have 20 of these showing. Reddit, guys, if it takes out this 50, and it's a little extended right now, but Well, 9 is going to have to curl a lot to get to that high of the day. Yeah. But you know what? It could happen tomorrow. That's why I'm going to keep my price alert here at 626 and see if it takes it out tomorrow, the high of the day of today. VWAP is 511. We have it at 495, but I'm not going to quibble. It's brand new today, so it might be hard to. There's the 10 SMA. Muln. Okay, let's take a look at Muln from Mr. Majestic himself. So the next high on the weekly chart is 780. 780 for Muln, MULN. Now, if it takes out 780 somehow, then you've got this area up here over 9. Ambient art, back after, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room, back after lunch, and I'm looking for an entry on PDSB. All right, let's take a look at PDSB. Ah, interesting. Well, it's going to have to pull back or something or rest here for a bit, but the next high looking left is 457. So it's certainly got the room on the daily chart. The VWAP is 385, so maybe a pullback to the VWAP. The 10 SMA is way down here, so that's not an issue. Yeah, I mean, right now you're kind of in no man's land. You know, you don't want to chase it. That's a massive. That is a big, big candle here. I'm wondering why. Yeah, so it's only up 9%. That's why it's not showing up here. And the relative volume is only 1. I was thinking, well, why is it not showing up here? Certainly a lot of momentum on that volume burst, but the relative volume is only is less than 3. Has to be at least 3 here. So it'd be hard for me to have picked this stock up without your telling me about it, Ambient, because you know the filters are just not going to help, or the filters I use will hurt something like that. Doesn't mean it's not good to trade, but that's why I would never see this one. It was? Oh, right. You were in it early. That's right, Vince. You were in it 450. Was it 450, right? And you got into that halt. And it got up to 626 for you. So then you were in back again at 420. Okay. Yeah, I agree with you. It's a bio, so you know maybe somewhere somebody. It's not an earnings play, of course. May 15th, so next week it has earnings. These little bios typically it doesn't really matter about earnings. Nobody expects these little bios to be making any money. So the VWAP again 389. So Yeah, it doesn't look like it wants to pull back. There's the 200-day moving average way above it, so that's not an issue. All right, guys. Well, I'm winding down now. I've got about 25 minutes left or so. William says he will keep the room open until 4:15, so we can all look at AMC's earnings. When does GME have earnings? I think it's next month. Yeah, in June. So they don't have earnings. They have earnings about a month from now. I wish I had shorts available. Not, I don't mean today necessarily, but look what's happening on this daily chart for GME. Look at all these topping tails, okay? So at some point, you would think now there are some bottoming tails, I'll give you that, but I'm focusing more on these topping tails. The buyers keep trying every day. This is a daily chart, but the sellers, they do close it lower. Eventually you start to see a string of topping tails. Eventually the buyers will tend to give up and let the sellers have their time. But my problem is I right now anyway, I do not have shorts available for GME. They come and go at Interactive Brokers. So, tomorrow it might be, especially early. Sometimes you'll have like 100,000 shares available, and then they get snapped up. And you can kind of see where it's stalled. There's a high over here of 725. Wow, I know it, guys. This just made another new high. So, it's sort of the reversal of when we looked at GME. Look at all these bottoming tails. I mean, the sellers tried many, many times on these 15-minute charts. There are some topping tails here, but the buyers are still in control. Every time the sellers knock it down, the buyers step in and keep moving. Excuse me, keep moving it, and it still has room. 1249 on the weekly chart. So $2.29 to that high right there. Yeah, I kept going. I mean, it's just hard to find for me, it was just too hard to find an entry, but I mean, the PDSB. How did you find it, Ambient? Just out of curiosity. Are you a Trade Idea subscriber? You can, don't worry if you're not. Talking ambient art in our YouTube room. We welcome all into the rooms. They're all free rooms. Okay, guys. So Upstart, UPST. Now, Reddit got up to that 50 cent level. Okay, did get up to the 50 cent level, but it pulled back. But it's trying it again. Okay, trying it again. All right, Todd. We'll see you tomorrow. Yeah, that probably would have done it ambient for sure because yeah, I don't have any race running, but you're right. That probably easily would have soared to the top. Yeah, thank you, Todd. Appreciate that. Where is it going to go? PDSB, any pullback? So there's a 436, bit of a pullback now. The volume, I mean, this is I mean, out of nowhere. Yeah, look at the volume out of absolutely nowhere. And what time is it now? 2:42. So this has another 2.5 minutes to close. So this will be the biggest volume bar of the day. So all I'm doing right now, I'm just clicking on some of these things. The gap down on reverse, 5 minute is the alert. 5 minute new 5 minute high is the alert. Okay, that's all I'm doing right now. Just trying to find some things that might be. And of course, I love the break of the whole number. So let's take a look at VSCO. But what I'm really also looking at, I want to see if it's breaking above the 10 SMA. Not already above it. Sort of like this one, okay? Now, I don't know if this is going to do it, but I mean, LegalZoom, LZ. So you can you see the 10 SMA moving down, down, down. Now it's sitting on it. So the next step then, where's the VWAP? Well, the VWAP's at 950. So it's 21 cents away. It may, I mean, that could stall it. I wish there were more room for this to run before it hit that VWAP. Boeing is really moving for a change. Okay, let's take a look at Boeing. It is really moving. Wow, still way under 200. Well, it's recovered. I have to admit it has recovered, got down to 160 or so. So it is definitely in recovery mode. All right, guys. So are there any questions? I'm going to be taking off in about 15 minutes. Any questions, last minute questions, trade ideas questions, market questions, specific stock question? How long am I holding GME? If I had shorts available, now I will say this. I mean, it's got some bottoming tails too. So I mean, there is, but I still I usually pay more attention to the topping tails. But the trend is starting to drift down. Breaks down through that 200-day moving average. That's $1 away. You know what could turn into a red bar ignored is Reddit. Let's take a look at Reddit. Yeah, so it wouldn't be exactly a red bar ignored. Pray for me, Pepe. Okay, so not quite a red bar ignore. So if you look at Reddit, RDDT on the 15-minute chart, and what time is it now? 2:48. So it still has 12 minutes to close. So you can see, this is what I really wanted to do, but so you see this red bar here. So we had a beautiful uptrend, okay? We have a red bar here. Now, for it technically to be like the classic pattern, this red bar would have to be totally engulfed by the previous green candle. You see there's a little top up here. So it's not quite totally engulfed, but it's pretty close. And if this candle can get above the high here of that can turn into that sort of a pattern, what we call a red bar ignored. You have a trend, an uptrend, a pause in the uptrend, and the trend continues. The uptrend continues. However, this candle would have to get above 52.63 for that to happen. Could. I mean, it's 52.31 right now. And if it doesn't, then it is not a red bar ignored. So that's why I have an alert set up at the high of that red bar. And let's just see if it takes it out. Air raid siren. You definitely have to be nimble on these. So there's your pullback. Now, look, there's your pullback now for it. The VWAP is at 4. No, man, I should still be in my mix CT. I'm not. I got a little bit, when this started happening here, I thought, well, maybe this would move a little bit with it. Didn't do it at all. Shady on a Disney short, okay? Disney short, DIS, 105.20, 105.60. So what he's saying, I don't think it's may not have triggered for him yet. So what he's saying is he'll take this short at 105.20 and his stop is 105.60. NNE trending up still. Okay, let's see if it's getting close. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is trending up. No question. There's the 10 SMA. But I'll tell you, if it takes out that high tomorrow on some volume, I mean, you need some volume. That could that'll get people interested, like me. Reddit guys, RDDT back up over 50. All right, I think probably Reddit triggered, right? Yeah, Reddit triggered. I mean, just emailing somebody. So Reddit triggered. Okay, let's see if this has any sort of life into the close here. It's not 100% a red bar ignored, but it's very, very close. You can see it did get above the high there, which is 52.64 or so. And the high over here is, I can't tell, 52.77. So it's above that high. So your next high on the 15-minute chart is 55.18. Not saying it's going to get there, but at least you don't have to worry about a lot of intraday resistance on this one right now at the current price. All right, guys, I don't see any questions, so I think I will pack it up for me today. Thanks again for all indulgence and help. And I'll get on the mic tomorrow again, maybe a little after 9 o'clock. Okay, maybe 9:15, maybe 9, but maybe 9:15. So have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. The main room will be open until at least 4:15. That's what William said he'll do. But I will have to shut down the YouTube room. But before I do that, I will put the link for the main room into our YouTube room. Okay, so now I'm going to stop the screen sharing. Okay, and put myself on mute now in the main room. Thank you, Ambient. And now for you guys in YouTube, I'll do the same now. Shut you guys down. Have to shut you down because there's nobody there to monitor. So that's why I have to do that. Okay, so I'm ending the stream now.